Should I go? Hello, good morning. I hope everyone is feeling fantastic. I know we are all still settling down. I'd like to give you just a few minutes to settle because the house rules are important for all of you to know. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here at the ICPD Summit. I'm now going to ask you to pay attention for just a minute or so as we go through some house rules. I'll mention one or two and the rest we'll be able to see on the screens. Please take note of the exits closest to you on either side of the room. And for those who need translation headsets, you can find them at the back of the hall. And now, I'd like us to bring up a site map just to make everybody comfortable for a few of those house rules, please. If you could please internalize this site map. All right. Okay, there we have it. Your site map, just to make sure that you're clear on where all the important sections are, just for your comfort and for your safety. Thank you once again for making it early this morning. We're now going to begin the program with a short video. May I please have you turn your attention to the screens. Thank you very much.
I march for a world in which all young girls reach their full potential.
I march for a world where everyone has an equal voice.
I march for women empowerment.
I march for gender equality. This is why I march.
I march for all adolescents to get the support they need to live healthy, happy, and productive lives. I march for young people's rights to be heard and be leaders in the communities and countries. This is why I march.
I march for freedoms, the freedoms that every woman and girl must experience to achieve their full potential in society, including the freedom to make sexual and reproductive health decisions of their own. This is why I march.
I march for women and girls. I march for gender equality. I march for women's right to choose. This is why I march.
I march for all the girls and women around the world who don't get to have the same freedoms that I do and that don't get to make the same choices that I can make. No woman should ever have to fight for something that is her human right. This is why I march.
I march for the 68 million girls at risk of female genital mutilation. If we don't stand by them, they are alone. We need to recognize what they're going through, and this is why I march.
Proud to host the International Conference on Population and Development Summit from the 12th to the 14th November 2019 at the KICC Nairobi, Kenya.
I march for that virgin woman who is having a third or fourth pregnancy, that she does not die bringing that life to the world. This is why I march.
I march for the reproductive rights.
I march for a world in which all young girls reach their full potential.
I march for a world where everyone has an equal voice.
I march for women empowerment.
I march for gender equality. This is why I march.
I march for all adolescents to get the support they need to live healthy, happy, and productive lives. I march for young people's rights to be heard and be leaders in the communities and countries. This is why I march.
I march for freedoms, the freedoms that every woman and girl must experience to achieve their full potential in society, including the freedom to make sexual and reproductive health decisions of their own. This is why I march.
I march for women and girls. I march for gender equality. I march for women's right to choose. This is why I march.
I march for all the girls and women around the world who don't get to have the same freedoms that I do and that don't get to make the same choices that I can make. No woman should ever have to fight for something that is her human rights. This is why I march.
I march for the 68 million girls at risk of female genital mutilation. If we don't stand by them, they are alone. We need to recognize what they're going through, and this is why I march.
I march for my mum, I march for my sister, I march for human rights. I march for sexual reproductive health and the right to choose. I march for my right to enjoy my sexual reproductive health and to realise a world where LGBT rights are respected and protected. This is why I march.
I march for the survivors of sexual abuse, especially because of the shame and stigmatization attached to them. I believe that it's important for everyone to know that it's never their fault. This is why I march.
I march for that virgin woman who is having a third or fourth pregnancy, that she does not die bringing that life to the world. This is why I march.
I march for the reproductive rights of all women with disabilities. I want you to know that you have the right to sexual...
Give a warm welcome to the Kiribati and Tonga dancers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kamnapanani Maori and greetings. The frigate is one of our key national icons, the national bird of Kiribati. The song we will hear was written in 1978, many years before we knew anything about global warming, climate change, and sea level rise. The story tells of a bird flying the ocean in search of food for its young. On her return, she finds that her homeland has disappeared beneath the waves. This prophecy from the past reminds us of the uncertain future we face as a country and as a people. Ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to present the youth of Kiribati and the song of the frigate.
Iau koko rame ngau mensirive te arana Kiribati komenaya ongopana hawanene ake araho aina puakai hakasukai pongdiriki ake araho aina puakai akasukai pongdiriki kopurake koe tunarina onape rosi korake nei merava Pananori ko ake amena ikera roa kopurake iau koko rame ngau mensirive te arana Kiribati komenaya ongopana hawanene ake araho aina puakai hakasukai pongdiriki ake araho aina puakai akasukai pongdiriki kopurake koe tunarina onape rosi korake nei merava bananori ko ake amena ikera roa kopurake koe tunarina onape rosi korake nei merava pananori ko ake amena ikera roa me merake Kiribati me merake
Bravo, the Kiribati dancers from Tonga. Bravo.
I march for a world that is free of gender-based violence and where women are respected in full equality. And where women are respected in full equality.
Eu marcho porque eu tenho um sonho de igualdade, porque eu tenho sede de justiça e eu espero ver um mundo igualitário em que homens e mulheres têm os mesmos direitos e mesmas garantias.
I'm marching to Nairobi to call for recognition of the right to bodily autonomy and integrity in all our communities and by our governments in Southern and Eastern Africa.
I march for a world where everyone has an equal voice.
I march for human rights.
And I also march so that we amplify each other's voices and we have each other's back on the road to Nairobi.
This is why I march.
Pleasure to introduce Kalia, a renowned singer from Kazakhstan, who is also a spokesperson for UNFPA. Kalia.
Hey jigitler, o balına kalmanda
жолда сүмітсе махаббатсырма аяландар жігітсе
A round of applause.
Thank you very much. Wow. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kalia. I am a singer and spokesperson of UNFPA in Kazakhstan. It's an honor for me to present my country for a social project, Her Future. Her Future is aimed to stand for the girls' rights, such as prevention of the adolescent pregnancies, child marriages, and children abandonment. If any of these abandoned girls betrayed, lost and scared, saw all of you here and realize just how many are working to build a beautiful world where every pregnancy is wanted, where every childbirth is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled, she will understand that she does have her future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kalia, for that incredible performance and so passionate. Thank you so much. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to ICPD25 right here in Nairobi, Kenya. My name is Janet Mbogwa, and I am one of your MCs for today, and I'm so thrilled to be here speaking and standing to advance the rights of women and girls everywhere.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Je suis Kenyan, je m'appelle John Sibi Okumu, et moi aussi je suis très content d'être là. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kibra Slam Drummers.
Do I remove it?
Ladies and gentlemen, time now for another short video on why I march. Your eyes to your screens.
I march for a world that is free of gender-based violence and where women are respected in full equality.
Eu marcho porque eu tenho um sonho de igualdade, porque eu tenho sede de justiça e eu espero ver um mundo igualitário em que homens e mulheres têm os mesmos direitos e mesmas garantias.
I'm marching to Nairobi to call for recognition of the right to bodily autonomy and integrity in all our communities and by our governments in Southern and Eastern Africa.
I march for a world where everyone has an equal voice.
I march for human rights.
And I also march so that we amplify each other's voices and we have each other's back on the road to Nairobi.
This is why I march.
I march for women's empowerment. I march for the right to choose. I march for women who need to know that they don't have to stay in an abusive relationship. This is why I march.
For the empowerment of girls and women.
To have access to quality self-reproductive health.
For the quality of life every girl and woman deserve.
No girl or woman should ever have to fight for something that is her human rights.
I march for making sure that all girls and women are empowered to take action and make decisions about their lives.
And make the same choices that I'm able to make.
I march so that every Kenyan can have access to quality, affordable healthcare. No Kenyan woman should die while giving birth. I am convinced, and in line with government commitment, that it's possible to make UHC in Kenya a reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to announce the presence of our co-conveners, so I'd like you first of all to settle down if you would. Would you please sit down? Just a few seconds for that to happen. bad. Should I come?
It's gone off.
No.
He's coming.
No battery.
Yeah.
women's empowerment. I march for the right to choose. I march for women who need to know that they don't have to stay in an abusive relationship. This is why I march.
I march for the empowerment of girls and women.
To have access to quality self-reproductive health.
For the quality of life every girl and woman deserve.
No girl or woman should ever have to fight for something that is her human rights.
I march for making sure that all girls and women are empowered to take action and make decisions about their lives.
And make the same choices that I'm able to make.
I march so that every Kenyan can have access.
I march for a world in which all young girls reach their full potential.
I march for a world where everyone has an equal voice.
I march for women empowerment.
I march for gender equality. This is why I march.
I march for all adolescents to get the support they need to live healthy, happy, and productive lives. I march for young people's rights to be heard and be leaders in the communities and countries. This is why I march.
I march for freedoms, the freedoms that every woman and girl must experience to achieve their full potential in society, including the freedom to make sexual and reproductive health decisions of their own. This is why I march.
I march for women and girls. I march for gender equality. I march for women's right to choose. This is why I march.
I march for all the girls and women around the world who don't get to have the same freedoms that I do and that don't get to make the same choices that I can make. No woman should ever have to fight for something that is her human rights. This is why I march.
I march for the 68 million girls at risk of female genital mutilation. If we don't stand by them, they are alone. We need to recognize what they're going through, and this is why I march.
I march for my mum, I march for my sister, I march for human rights. I march for sexual reproductive health and the right to choose. I march for my right to enjoy my sexual reproductive health and to realise a world where LGBT rights are respected and protected. This is why I march.
I march for the survivors of sexual abuse, especially because of the shame and stigmatization attached to them. I believe that it's important for everyone to know that it's never their fault. This is why I march.
I march for that village woman who is having a third or fourth pregnancy, that she does not die bringing that life to the world. This is why I march.
I march for the reproductive rights of all women with disabilities. I want you to know that you have the right to sexual reproductive health, the right to information and communication, and the right to motherhood and child rearing. This is why I march.
I march for the right of women and girls to decide about their own bodies. Only they should decide who to love, when to love, whom to marry if at all, whether to have children, how many. This is why I march.
Let us remember today the 830 women who will die and the thousands more who will survive with severe injuries, all because of complications of pregnancy and childbirth, preventable complications, and this is why I march.
My name is Mette Knudsen. I'm the ambassador of Denmark to Kenya. I march for zero maternal death.
My name is Erin Bergtirongli. I'm the Norwegian ambassador to Kenya. I march to eliminate child and forced marriage. That's why I march.
My name is Erik Lundberg and I'm the Finnish ambassador to Kenya.
and I march for zero gender-based violence. That's what I march for.
My name is Anna Jardfelt. I'm the Swedish ambassador to Kenya. I march against sexual gender-based violence.
I march for gender parity. The main obstacle to gender equality is a question of power in a male-dominated world with a male-dominated culture. So we need to have as many women as men in all positions of responsibility in our governments, in our societies, in our organizations.
I march for women and girls' rights, their sexual and reproductive health and rights, their right to make their own choices, the right to decide about their own body, their own life, their future, their families. This is why I march.
I march for the empowerment of girls and women.
To have access to quality self-reproductive health.
For the quality of life every girl and woman deserve.
No girl or woman should ever have to fight for something that is her human rights.
I march for making sure that all girls and women are empowered to take action and make decisions about their lives.
And make the same choices that I'm able to make.
I march so that every Kenyan can have access to quality, affordable healthcare. No Kenyan woman should die while giving birth. I am convinced, and in line with government commitment, that it's possible to make UHC in Kenya a reality.
I march to reaffirm our commitment to deliver on the commitment of ICPD25. I march to empower young people to make decisions on matters that are important to their lives.
I march for a world which protects and invests in the rights of young people to access their fullest sexual, reproductive and health rights over the next 130 months between now and the year 2030.
I march for young people's rights to be heard and be leaders in the communities and countries.
We march for the youth to lead happy, healthy and productive lives.
I march for the right to choose whether you have children and with whom you have children.
I march for every young girl.
State and royalty from everywhere. Let's welcome them with a round of applause before we officially begin ICPD25. Welcome. Mm-hmm. Great. Okay, so we just begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the formal beginning of our ceremony. May I ask you to be upstanding, to rise, as we welcome the co-conveners of the ICPD Summit 25. His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of Kenya. Yeah, say hello. Yeah.
We are recognizing our co-conveners before we welcome them officially on stage. John.
Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Dr. Natalia Kanem, Executive Director, the United Nations Population Fund. His Excellency Rasmus Praine, Minister for Development Cooperation, Denmark.
And
kindly be seated. Thank you very much.
We would also like to recognize Her Royal Highness Crown Princess Mary of Denmark. Thank you all so much for being here. I believe the journey started.
I believe we should see a tourism video on Kenya.
The tourism video on Kenya is going to start now as we just appreciate our host country before we understand the journey from Cairo to Nairobi and eventually hear our incredible commitments from our royalty and our excellencies. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to our screens as we play a tourism video all about Kenya. Welcome.
A magic so colorful, bold, exciting, vibrant, it will make you want more. A destination so rich and exceptionally memorable in countless experiences, you're bound to find your own brand of magic and more. Be it from our amazing ocean, lakes, rivers, and the possibilities they deliver, or the enriching encounters with our highly spirited people who embody our diverse cultures and heritage and bring to life our cities that never sleep. There's more magic than you could ever imagine. And it doesn't stop there. Discover your magic in our vast and exhilarating magical safaris that are simply second to none. And not to forget our ecotourism that is well integrated with our culture. Like we said, Kenya has it all and more. So here's to embracing the new, vibrant, magical Kenya and discovering the best that the country has to offer. Don't be left out. Are you ready for more?
Okay, the sad story. You all to Kenya. And it's just an incredible moment to be here. 25 years after that watershed moment in Cairo, I'm proud to be here as a young woman because this really represents the rights that we all deserve. And I want to thank you for pledging your support and showing your commitment. But the journey started 25 years ago.
So, should we see the sand story that depicts that journey?
Absolutely. Please turn your attention back to the screens to take a look at what brought us here today.
Our story began in 1994 in Cairo. When a dream was brought to life amidst the tombs of ancient civilization. The world of our dreams was heralded by 179 governments at the landmark International Conference on Population and Development, or ICPD, to shape the lives of billions of boys, men, girls and women for a well-deserved future, which sadly is yet to be realized. Statistics bear out that every day women die in childbirth. Tens of thousands of girl children are forced into marriage. Tens of thousands of young girls undergo FGM. And every year, 1 in 5 women, young or adult, is assaulted by a supposed partner. This is a human tragedy. The government at the ICPD in Cairo rolled out a visionary program of action to empower women and girls, covering 5 pillars as strong as the pyramids, highlighting the power of gender equality, youth leadership, political and community leadership, innovation and data, and partnerships to accelerate progress throughout the world. The journey since has been lumbering and labored, and the world of our dreams is still far from sight, with billions of people still left behind. It's time now to accelerate. Time to pick up our speed in pursuit of sexual and reproductive health. It's destination Nairobi for leaders, believers, young and old, common and sophisticated, poor and rich, able and challenged, all with differing views and perspectives, from bustling city streets to the wide open spaces of rural areas. Every person is marching in the full belief that this summit, ICPD25, has the potential to be a watershed moment to impact billions of people and save billions of lives. That's why today I'm here to march for the voices of these women, those girls, that family, this community. It's time to make a bolder move to do what is right. We can make a difference, and we must accelerate our efforts, work towards a better life for all, and the world of our dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, 25 years on, we welcome you all to this summit conference. ICPD25 here in Nairobi, Kenya. Accelerating the promise.
We must thank John C.B. Okumu for that fantastic narration of that video. Thank you so much for that sad story. And like we mentioned, this is a watershed moment, 25 years on. I know I'm excited to be here, excited about the promises that will be sustained post-ICPD25.
And it seems to me that there are 4,000 people in this hall, and we as individuals are called upon to march for something in solidarity with women, girls everywhere. I was wondering what comes to mind for you personally, Janet?
This is all very personal for me as well. I march for sexual and reproductive health rights because I believe every girl and woman deserves access. And I can see I have allies in the audience.
And I march alongside you.
I appreciate that. And you know, it's about uplifting families and women and communities.
Edison, and I'm from Tanzania. I marched to intensify funding on the ICPD program of action.
My name is Sampi Mama. Je suis du Mali. Je marche pour le besoin d'information et de services pour la planification familiale.
Jina langu ni Emily Wamboi toka Kenya. Naandamana kuzuia vifo vinavyotokana na uzazi.
My name is Lisa Kumenda and I am from Malawi. I march to educate adolescents on sexual health.
My name is Clara Kamsingen and I'm from Malawi. I march to educate sexual and gender-based violence. My name is Maimuna Traore. I came from Mali and I march to use national budget to increase national budget to finance
is Raisa Kinko. I am from Cameroon. An increase in the percentage of aid.
My name is Mariam Aljana Bangu from Mali. I march to answer investment in youth empowerment.
My name is Yvonne Apila from Uganda, and I march to build peace and peaceful and inclusive societies.
My name is I'm from Kenya. I march to invest in digital health.
أنا من تونس. أنا أسير لإشراك الصغار في اتخاذ القرار.
My name is Stella Njoki from Kenya. I march for humanitarian needs of affected population.
This is Freya from Denmark. I march to build peaceful and inclusive society where all people feel valued and able to shape their destiny.
I'm Tale from Uganda. I march to intensify efforts for full, effective and accelerated implementation of funding for ICPD program of action.
I march to provide timely data, health innovation and improvement to your data systems.
This is Nasiran from Kenya. I march for zero unmet needs for family planning information and services and availability of modern contraceptives.
I march for zero sexual and gender-based violence in order to realize individuals' potentials.
Samara from Ethiopia. I march for adolescents and youth to get information and services to make informed choices for their sexuality and productive lives.
This is Chinedu from Ghana. I march for humanitarian needs of populations as critical response to humanitarian and environmental crises.
I'm Angela from Rwanda. I march for national budget, domestic financing and exploring new innovative financing to implement ICPD program.
I'm Tracy from Eritrea. I march to increase the percentage of official development aid to ensure universal access to SRHR.
I'm Diana from South Africa. I march for investing in adolescents and youth education, employment opportunities, and health. I march. 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 I march.
Push me past the breaking point. I stood for nothing, so I fell for everything. You held me down, but I got up, already brushing off the dust. You hear my voice, you hear that sound, like thunder gon' shake you. Held me down, but I got up. Get ready, 'cause I had enough. I see it all, I see it now. I got the eye of the tiger. Champion, and you're gonna hear me roar. Lion, 'cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me
have seen our faces. You have heard our voices.
This ICPD must address girls' needs. Down.
Well, Janet, what did you think of that? There's something to pick up before everything disappears. Whoops. Here we go. Some luggage for you to take home.
Thank you so very much for that. For some reason, that performance always gets me deeply emotional. I think seeing the faces behind the issues we're here to address is powerful, and I want to thank these incredible young girls for voicing what many others aren't able to. Bravo, thank you so much.
But Janet, I want to know what you would march for.
I believe that there should be an end to period poverty. It's something that I talk about often. Every single girl and woman needs to have access to menstrual products and access to information on her rights, on her body. That is what I march for.
And I march right alongside you.
Thank you.
I march for our sisters.
Yes.
I march for our daughters.
Yes.
I march for all women and girls everywhere.
Je m'assois, je suis assise ici.
The time has come, ladies and gentlemen, for us to hear some opening remarks, and I am going to invite some people onto the stage, if they would. So please come up, should you hear your name, and this name I know full well as a Kenyan, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya. Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Dr. Natalia Kanem, Executive Director, the United Nations Population Fund. His Excellency Rasmus Praine, Minister for Development and Cooperation, Denmark.
And Her Royal Highness Crown Princess Mary of Denmark. We would now just like to take a few moments for the photo op this morning with our co-conveners. Thank you very much. We'd like to invite you to please take your seats on stage.
Please take your seats. A time indeed for opening remarks. Time for our opening remarks for our co-conveners who brought this summit together by their resolve and initiative. May I first welcome to the podium Dr. Natalia Kanem, the Executive Director of the United Nations Population Fund.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, dear friends, habari za asubuhi, buenos dias, good morning, bienvenue, welcome to the Nairobi Summit, ICPD25. Thank you for being here. All roads lead to Nairobi as we march in solidarity with women and girls all over the world. We gather to celebrate and draw strength from what we've achieved together as the world recommits to the extraordinary vision of the Program of Action set forth at the International Conference on Population and Development in Cairo in 1994, a vision of full equality for women and girls and of reproductive rights for all. That vision is still far from reality, and that journey that began 25 years ago is far from over. It's now time to finish that unfinished business. Cairo ICPD began the push to put women and girls at the center of global development strategies. This has paid off time and again. Since Cairo, maternal mortality is down 44% worldwide, meaning 4 million women are alive today who otherwise would have died in pregnancy or childbirth. Good reason to celebrate. Yet we have come to Nairobi because good progress is not good enough. We insist that promises made become promises kept to girls, to women, to boys, to men, to everyone. In just the short time that I've been standing here at this podium, at least 46 underage girls have been forced to marry. In just these few moments, countless people have been sexually abused, hurt, and traumatized. These victims, these survivors, are more likely to be shamed and blamed than the perpetrators who attacked them. At least 3 girls died from complications of pregnancy that are entirely preventable. Lives cut short for no other reason than our collective failure to provide the health care that they need and deserve, as is the right of every human being. I say, let our message be clear, no more. The reproductive rights of women and girls are not up for negotiation, and we shall protect and uphold them. We will do it because the Sustainable Development Goals depend on it. We do it because we cannot hope to end poverty and hunger, improve health and human well-being, deliver quality education, and achieve peace and prosperity until every woman, every girl can live in full equality with dignity and respect. We will do it because strengthening our societies, growing our economies, and importantly, combating climate change, all of it depends upon women and girls taking control over their bodies, over their choices, and their futures. And there is a fundamental reason that we will uphold sexual and reproductive health and rights. We will do it because it is right. And the world should not wait another 25 years. Reproductive rights are human rights, and we will not back down. Excellencies, dear friends, somewhere in the world right now, there's a girl overflowing with her boundless potential. Picture her in India, in Nigeria, Portugal, Panama, Kazakhstan, or right here in Kenya. What does her future hold? Will she have the freedom to decide who, when, and if she marries? Or will she be forced to abandon her education and wed a man many times her age? Will she embark on her journey into womanhood safe, in her home, at school, and in her community? Or will she end up abused, as happens to 1 in every 3 women and girls in their lifetimes? Will she learn the truth about her body and how it works and how to protect her health? Or will her world be turned upside down upon discovering that she is pregnant, ignorant of how it all happened? Those answers are up to you. Those answers are up to us. I would like to thank the 165 plus member states here voluntarily out of goodwill and concern. You are here not to negotiate new documents or language, but to uphold existing agreements and to share and to learn from each other. The will for change emanates from understanding. I encourage you to act upon the evidence as you determine and implement what is best for your countries. I hail the many leaders at this Nairobi summit, leaders of countries, of communities and organizations. We salute Kenya, our host, and we thank you, President Uhuru Kenyatta, for your leadership and your vision. We salute Denmark. We thank Crown Princess Mary of Denmark, Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, and Minister Rasmus Praine for Denmark's resolute support of this Nairobi summit and unwavering support of sexual and reproductive health and rights for all. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, a true feminist, is represented today by Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, Global Champion of Youth and the Girl Child, and torchbearer for women, peace, and security, and for the Sustainable Development Goals. And I salute you, delegates, and all the partners bringing new ideas and new resources to make rights and choices a reality. From the private sector, civil society, the faith-based community, and to you, young people present here in your numbers. You are leading, you're challenging, you're inspiring and pushing us to go further. Thank you. Let us applaud feminists and activists. You ignited a movement from Cairo to Beijing, and until today, you champion rights and choices for every girl so that she may fulfill her dreams. Thank you. And I urge us to heed the interests of that young girl and the solutions that we devise, her interests, as we commit in those Nairobi commitments that we announce, her interests in decisions we take in the days to come. The way forward is by focusing on one number only. And for UNFPA, that number is 0. 0 unmet need for contraception, so that every woman and adolescent girl decides for herself whether, when to get pregnant, how many children to have. 0 preventable maternal deaths, so that no woman will have to die for want of reproductive care. And 0 gender-based violence. 0 cases of female genital mutilation. 0 forced and child marriages. From this day forward, let us join hands and consign rape and sexual assault and femicide to the past. It will take comprehensive, innovative population data to zero in on those who are furthest behind, and that is the vision that is set out in the Nairobi Statement. 0 is the only acceptable target, and it is within our power to achieve it. Here's the reason that women are marching. We are marching for gender equality the world over, demanding full respect in the home, in the workplace, in the streets. Let's commit to the political will and make the smart investments to get the job done. The African proverb says, "When sleeping women awaken, mountains move." Ours is an inclusive agenda, and we leave no one behind. You may be HIV positive, we are marching with you. If you're a person with disabilities, your fight is our fight. Whether you're indigenous, an African descendant, from ethnic or a religious minority, if you're displaced or a refugee, we stand with you. If you are of diverse sexual orientation or gender identity, we respect your human rights. We, the peoples, march forward for freedom and justice together. The Nobel laureate, Wangari Maathai, once said, "Until you dig a hole, you plant a tree, you water it and make it survive, you haven't done a thing. You're just talking." She was referring to the Greenbelt movement that she founded here in Kenya, which has planted millions of trees. Professor Wangari was speaking too of something far more profound. She was referencing the work, the difficult, messy, tiring, day in and day out work it takes to act, for real change to take root and to get things done. Today, we stand united to declare the time to act is now. Never lose sight of who it is that we're fighting for. Anyone excluded, neglected, abused, forgotten. Sexual and reproductive health and rights. They matter because women and girls matter, and everyone matters. Years from now, may it be said that the Nairobi summit was not about talk, it was about doing. Let them say that we did the work. We kept the promises of the ICPD and 2030 agendas, that we planted the trees of rights and choices for all. The Nairobi Statement, with its 1,000+ Nairobi commitments thus far, are powerful signals of our intention to secure sexual and reproductive health and rights and choices for all, once and for all. Adelante, we keep moving forward. We will not retreat. We will never give up. We are in a race to the finish line, and we shall prevail. Thank you. Nashukuru sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Natalia Kanem, for those powerful words, really setting the tone for why we're here today. Our next remarks come from Her Royal Highness Crown Princess Mary of Denmark. Let's welcome her to the podium.
Your Excellencies, Mr. President and Madam First Lady of Kenya, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Whilst preparing for this summit, I could not reflect on how the world would today look if 25 years ago the International Conference on Population Development was not held and the program of action was not agreed upon. What would the status of women and girls be? How would the health of women and girls look around the world? What would global development, social, economic, environmental look like? No one can answer that question, but one thing is for sure. We cannot return to a time when women had little say in reproductive issues, or for that matter, in any area of their lives. I think we can all agree that ICPD was a turning point, a defining moment in our history. In Cairo, the world articulated a bold new vision about the relationship between population, development, and individual well-being, and the empowering of women and meeting people's needs for education and health, including sexual and reproductive health, are necessary for both individual advancement and balanced development. And I think we can all agree and be thankful for that in 1994, we stood united on such a visionary and common agenda. An agenda that paved the way for a more just, prosperous, and sustainable future. An agenda that acknowledged that people, women and men, mothers and fathers, were the best judges, guided by knowledge and access in terms of how many children to bring into the world, if to have children, and the spacing of them. The desired outcome of ICPD was to give choice to the individual, and choice is very powerful. This milestone has fundamentally shaped the lives of women and men and families and the societies in which they live. It has contributed to reducing poverty and hunger and improving education and health globally. More girls are attending and completing an education. Fewer are getting married or becoming mothers while still children themselves. And more are gaining the skills they need to excel in the future world of work. So in reality, the ICPD Programme of Action was not just a win for the individual and for families. It was in fact a precious gift to the entire world, a gift that can keep on giving. Therefore, I'm so happy to be here to celebrate 25 years of ICPD. And as we do so, it is important to reflect on what has been achieved, understand how the achievements have been made, where the challenges lie in achieving full implementation of the Programme of Action, and to better understand the underlying societal complexities and structures that fail to respect women's physical integrity so that we can bridge the gaps. One question that I keep asking myself is, why is it so hard to move forward on this agenda? An agenda that, to me, is fair and just, and would seem to be the most natural path toward human and societal development. Well, sexual and reproductive health and rights are not always easy to deal with or talk about. Quite the contrary. Many perceive them as controversial, as being private. They relate to intimacy and emotions. They are issues that are often governed by discriminatory laws and deeply rooted social norms and practices. I understand that these matters are surrounded by privacy or even taboo, and there exist those that are not in agreement with some or many of the principles and rights otherwise agreed upon in Cairo. That is a reality, and one that needs to be addressed. addressed through better understanding of the position and the sensitivities behind opposing viewpoints and the binding roles of social norms, open dialogue and discussion, relooking at the narrative. How do we talk about these issues? And how do we provide safe places to really hear what women and girls are trying to tell us? We need to ensure a stronger evidence-based approach for investment and implementation. And we need to engage a whole of society approach to decision-making and policy development. Not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination, but amazing things can be achieved when we join together, despite our differences, when imagining a world we want. Everyone has a role to play in achieving the promise of Cairo. Youth, governments, politicians, civil society, academia, the private sector, role models, parents, people. Real and lasting change requires enough people, seeing enough people making change and benefiting from it. In my role as patron for UNFPA for now almost a decade, I've had the privilege to meet people of different age, gender, background, and culture, young girls and boys, women and men from around the world. Every single meeting, every single conversation, every single life story that I have heard has reinforced for me, without doubt, that the importance of knowledge, the power of choice, and that the empowerment of women is key to improving life for all. I've always refused to see women as victims, but at the same time, I must acknowledge that we are more vulnerable in certain situations, such as in humanitarian crisis. However, vulnerability is not an expression of weakness. It is an expression of inequality and of the unique needs and role that women quite simply have, just because they are women. Women's resourcefulness and willingness to help, even when facing hardship, their hope under hopeless conditions, and their initiative when options seem limited is a strength that must not go untapped. 25 years ago in Cairo, we knew that protecting and ensuring the rights of women and girls was a promise worth making, a promise worth keeping, and it held the promise of a better future for all. Now, we're taught from an early age to never promise more than we can deliver. I believe that the intention has always been to deliver, but today the promise remains unfulfilled and, in corners, challenged. Here in Nairobi, as a global community, have an opportunity to reaffirm that promise, find new ways to deliver on it, and earn respect for keeping that promise. Let us use our learnings and knowledge gained in the past 25 years. Let us use the SDG framework where the Cairo Promise is integrated. Let us look to new and innovative partnerships to bridge gaps. Let us engage the youth respectfully and fully. And let us commit to overcoming differences and taboos to ensure rights and choices for all. Let us provide the knowledge, means, and services to ensure protection, dignity, and self-determination in the most intimate and all-important aspects of human life. The only way forward, in my view, is the full realization of reproductive rights for every individual and couple, no matter who they are, where they live, or what they have. Now is the time to fulfill the promise, to secure the rights, choices, and dignity of all. And as I see it, it is the most natural thing in the world to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. May I invite to the podium Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Majesties, Royal Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, and especially the young people in our audience today. I'm really pleased to join with you in this celebration. We're here to reignite, accelerate, and keep the promise made at the landmark international conference, Population and Development, held in Cairo 25 years ago. The bold, rights-based vision of the ICPD that development must put people first, that access to health, education, and human dignity must be equal for all persons, informed the bold vision of the 2030 Agenda. In this current age of urbanization, increased migration, population growth, and an aging population, the ICPD Programme of Action has never been more relevant for people, especially our girls and our women. As accelerators for the Sustainable Development Goals, the outcomes of the Programme of Action must be carried forward. Our common framework for people, for planet, for prosperity, peace, and partnership depends on it. Achieving gender equality and women's empowerment and upholding women's rights is a game changer for poverty reduction, inclusive growth, democratic governance, peace, and justice. The Sustainable Development Goals cannot and will not be achieved until women, girls, and young people are able to control their bodies and their lives and live a life free from fear and from violence. The power to choose the number, timing, and spacing of children is a human right that can bolster well-being, economic, and social development. And when people can exercise their rights, they thrive, and they do, and so do societies at large. When these rights are denied, people's ability to achieve their full potential is constrained, and economic and social progress is impeded. And that's why governments must invest in human capital throughout the life course, from birth to older age, and particularly in helping children and adolescents to develop their full potential. This also means giving young people a place at the table to contribute to the formulation, implementation, and evaluation of policies and programs, such as those that are related to job creation, employment, and in the end, the fulfillment of their aspirations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we take stock of the progress towards 2030, we've made huge progress, and let's actually congratulate ourselves for that on this last 25 years of the journey. But we know that the situation is clear and that we're far from where we need to be, that too many are being left behind, unable to enjoy their rights and their aspirations. Their stories highlight the pervasive injustice of inequality. And they are the stories of the poorest amongst us, of the indigenous, the rural and marginalized peoples and communities who face the greatest gaps in services. And that is why the Secretary General recently responded to the global call of our member states for a decade of action to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, and so too keep the promise of the Programme of Action. In addition to the anniversaries of the ICPD, the Beijing Women's Conference next year will mark the 75th anniversary of the United Nations and the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the Security Council's Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. The Nairobi Summit is one of the first opportunities to heed this call and to mobilize the needed political and financial momentum. Since the founding of UNFPA 5 decades ago, its leadership, and I want to thank especially my sister Natalia for her incredible leadership, her energy, her passion in getting us to Nairobi. The operational work of all its members of staff, far and wide, have been instrumental in expanding access to sexual and reproductive health care, in preventing and responding to gender-based violence, in tackling FGM and early marriage, and empowering our young people. We must continue to work even harder towards preventable maternal and child mortality, achieving unmet needs for family planning and eliminating violence and harmful practices against our women and girls everywhere, not least in humanitarian and fragile settings. As a result, the coming 18 months will be a pivotal period for assessing progress, evaluating where we are lagging behind, protecting our gains, and accelerating this transformative change. This must be reinforced by a high-quality availability of data and analysis to support the evidence-based policies and programs that we must put in place. In the spirit of the ongoing UN development reforms, coordinated support and action from the UN country teams will be instrumental in delivering on the promise of the ICPD women and girls. Our UN resident coordinators, in tandem with UNFPA country offices, are spearheading efforts to build consensus and catalyze action around national commitments to empower girls, women, their families, and their communities. These country efforts are supported by the SG's Every Woman, Every Child initiative, which is a catalytic multi-stakeholder platform that places women, children, and adolescents at the center of sustainable development. Building on the robust partnerships, such as that of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Family Planning 2020, She Decides, Women Deliver, and it goes on, UNFPA is also working with young people to mobilize new partnerships for a new era to deliver on that promise. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we've got unfinished business in pursuing rights and choices for all. Hundreds of millions of women and girls are still waiting for the promise to be kept, and they've been waiting long enough. It's time for urgent and transformative change as we enter the decade of action. We're all encouraged by the energy, the activism, and solidarity that we've seen in our recent travels and as we meet and we work towards the promise. Amazing women and men, young and old, pushing for equality, pushing for inclusion, pushing for transformation and change. That time has come, and I am confident that with the full commitment of each of us here, we can succeed in ensuring that women and girls are truly at the heart of the sustainable development and that the promise is kept. So, Nairobi, are we ready to keep the promise? I can't hear you. Are we ready to keep the promise? Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you for that. Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, for that spirit. And now I'd like to welcome to make his remarks His Excellency Rasmus Praine, Minister for Development Cooperation, Denmark.
Excellencies, heads of states or government, presidents, prime ministers, first ladies, royalty, ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly wonderful to see you here. Your presence is a strong message of your commitment to the ICPD program of action. To women and girls across the globe, their rights, their future. A heartfelt thank you to the government of Kenya and His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta for hosting us here in beautiful Nairobi. And to UNFPA, Dr. Natalie Kanem, and UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed for your sublime leadership on the rights of women and girls everywhere. I am proud to be here. Proud that Denmark is co-hosting this event. We have been on the road to Nairobi for a long time. Celebrating that 25 years ago, visionary leaders put rights over control, and women and girls' rights at the heart of sustainable development. In April, in New York, this was reaffirmed, giving us our mandate to be here in Nairobi. that we still agree that women and girls are the true owners of their own bodies. We are here for every woman and every girl across the globe, for dreams of a life in safety, dreams of a life without violence, and a future where everyone lives on equal footing, have the same rights, the same choices. Half of the world's population are not just figures or commas in UN resolutions. We owe it to them, to all of us, to fulfill the promise of Cairo by 2030, which is our deadline. Also because reaching SDG 5 is the key to reaching the rest of the goals. But we must intensify our effort, intensify our advocacy and outreach. Tell the stories for and about those who still need our help to accelerate action. Because I do not want to be here again in 2030, only if we are celebrating that we have finished the unfinished business. So let us unite in a moment of solidarity. Let us mobilize ourselves. Let us accept that everyone pushes. Let us not accept that anyone pushes back on the basic rights, especially sexual and reproductive health and rights. We can make change together with determination, strong commitments, and new innovative partnerships and alliances across sectors, organizations, states, and not at least youth. Our young generation of today want to carry the agenda forward and benefit from a new world order. A world where women and girls decide about their own bodies, their lives, their future. Where they have access to quality education, to comprehensive sexuality education, so they can make informed choices. Where they engage equally and fully in all aspects of society, contribute to growing economics, to happier, healthier, and wealthier populations. The young people here at the summit are the voices and leaders of today, tomorrow, and the future. Let us not talk about them. Let them speak for themselves the coming days. Let us not only stand together in solidarity, but let us march together in solidarity with women and girls across the globe. Let's accelerate the promise of Cairo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. May I invite to the podium His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya.
Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ministers, Your Excellency First Ladies, all our distinguished visitors and friends from across the globe, Karibuni Nairobi, Karibu Kenya, welcome to Nairobi. Today, thousands gather here in Nairobi from over 100 countries, dozens of international organizations, over 200 civil society groups, and many leaders from private sector. I really do believe that the reason so many of us have convened in Nairobi is because we recognize that by advancing people's rights, in particular women's rights, their choices, and their well-being, this is the path to prosperous and resilient societies. Indeed, as many an African proverb has said, that women are the backbone of the family and indeed the bedrock of a nation. And because our women are the gatekeepers to family health, they exert such a powerful influence on intergenerational outcomes for their children. Empowering women essentially empowers all our families. It empowers our societies. It empowers our nations, and it empowers the world. This was one of the essence of the first International Conference on Population Development that was held in Cairo in 1994. The conference highlighted the linkages between population, poverty reduction, and sustainable development. It emphasized the value of investing in women and girls, both as an end in itself, but also as a key to improving the quality of life for everyone. Targets were set to reduce poverty and achieve sustainable development, increase access to education, achieve sexual and reproductive health, reduce infant and child mortality rates, reduce the maternal mortality rate, and also eliminate harmful gender practices. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to once again rededicate ourselves to the commitments made in Cairo. We are here to celebrate progress made in the last 25 years and to make new commitments to complete the unfinished agenda. As we do so, let us bear in mind the fact that the most important participants in this summit are actually not in this conference. And you may be wondering who I am referring to. I am referring to the 1 in 5 women from all corners of the world that this year alone will experience gender-based violence, most likely from someone who is close to them. The 800 women and girls who die every day during pregnancy or childbirth, and the 4 million girls who every year have to endure the painful and traumatic effects of female genital mutilation. We are talking about the more than 33,000 girls who are married off every day before the age of 18, and the millions of unemployed youth with limited hope for their future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us deliberate over the next 3 days, and let our deliberations be guided by the needs, the aspirations, and the unrealized potential of those individuals who are not here. Ladies and gentlemen, There is no doubt that since the landmark agreement made in Cairo in 1994, there has been significant, though uneven, progress in many key areas. Today, nearly 1 billion fewer people are living in extreme poverty than in 1990, and life expectancy at birth has increased by about 7 years. Primary school education is accessible to most children in the world, and the global maternal mortality rate has fallen by about 45%. Fertility rates have also declined in most countries, meaning that couples have better control over family size. And there has been a steady, though slow, increase in the number of women in leadership and decision-making positions in all sectors of society. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya joins other nations in celebrating the progress made since Cairo. We have achieved universal access to free primary and secondary education, and indeed this year, we achieved 100% transition from primary to secondary education. Further, we have achieved gender parity in both primary and secondary schools. On health, I am happy to say that we have dramatically reduced child and infant mortality, and maternity services and health services for children below 1 year are free in all government health institutions. Reduction in maternal mortality has been steady but slower, has steadily decreased but at a slower pace, from 698 in 1994 to 362 per 100,000 births, live births today, while the contraceptive prevalence rate has doubled. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our world has changed a lot since 1994 in the field of population and development. Inequalities have increased within and across countries, and there is greater demographic diversity. Some countries in the world are facing rapid population aging, while others prepare for the largest cohort of young people the world has ever seen. The world faces increased health threats, including threats from reproductive cancers such as breast, cervical, and prostate cancer. And there are also growing environmental pressures, including the urgent threat of climate change. This has made the commitments of Cairo more urgent and indeed more complex. To complete the unfinished agenda, therefore, requires us to develop new partnerships, mobilize political support, increase the level of international and domestic financing, and accelerate implementation of innovative and supportive interventions. Fortunately, there is a greater international commitment and cooperation to address these issues. The Sustainable Development Goals have provided a comprehensive international platform to systematically advance the Cairo Agenda. We also have more scientific and research evidence on what works and better technologies to guide and support policy. What then should we commit to as we go forward? I believe the packaging of priority actions will differ from country to country depending on their development priorities. However, at a minimum, we should all commit to at least increasing access to secondary and tertiary education for boys and girls. This is the currency of the 21st century, and yet secondary education remains low in some parts of the world, while enrollment in tertiary education is less than 20% in many lower middle-income countries. I also believe that we can also, together, commit to accelerate the reduction in maternal deaths. Progress has been much slower than projected in 1994. The death of a mother during pregnancy or while giving birth significantly reduces the chances of her children to survive and thrive. And yet, as we are demonstrating through Kenya's First Lady's Beyond Zero program, most maternal deaths can be prevented with proper antenatal care, skilled delivery at birth, and access to emergency obstetric care. Further, I believe we can all together agree to eliminate female genital mutilation, which remains one of the most serious violations of human rights of women and girls. I would like to restate my personal commitment and that of the government of Kenya to providing the leadership necessary to ensure that this practice ends within this generation. In April this year, we signed a landmark declaration between the governments of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Somalia, and Ethiopia to address cross-border FGM practice. And last week, we signed an agreement with religious and cultural elders from Kenya to eliminate FGM by 2022. I also believe that we can all commit to eliminate violence against women and girls. A woman has a 1 in 3 chance of experiencing physical or sexual violence in her lifetime. This is a major gap in our development record as a global community. Since 1994, Kenya has enacted laws that focus on the eradication of gender-based violence and harmful practices, which include the Prevention Act against Domestic Violence of 2015. Further, I believe that we can all commit to eliminate child marriages. The percentage of young women between 20 and 24 years of age who are married before their 18th birthday has declined from 34% in 1994 to 25% in 2019. But the absolute number of girls under 18 who are at risk of child marriages is estimated at 10.3 million in 2019. In Kenya, 23% of girls are married before their 18th birthday. Early marriages denies our girls a chance to achieve their full potential in education and limits their socio-economic contribution. I also believe that we can commit to accelerate women's equal participation and equitable representation at all levels of the political, public, and corporate sphere. In spite of a slight increase in women's participation in the workplace, there have been few gains in lifetime earnings and professional and technical leadership. And yet, global analysis suggests that advances in women's equality in the workplace would add an additional $1.2 trillion to global growth by 2025. Lastly, I believe we can also commit together to strengthening partnerships. The success that we celebrate today have been achieved through efforts and coalitions by governments, development partners, civil society organizations, private sector leaders, religious communities, women and youth organizations, and we need to sustain and expand these partnerships going forward. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we need to accelerate the promise of Cairo in order to build sustainable, vibrant, and inclusive societies. But if we fail to deliver on the Cairo promise, we risk consigning our children to a less secure future than we inherited. I would at this moment like to thank the co-conveners of this summit, namely the Government of Denmark, the United Nations Population Fund, who have worked tirelessly, together with my government and other partners, to ensure that we have a program that is inspiring, that will be productive, and that will enable us to accelerate the promise. Let us march together for a purpose, and let us together deliver the promise to the future generations. And with that, I wish you all very, very fruitful deliberations and a wonderful, wonderful stay amongst the great people of Kenya. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, and to our co-conveners for giving our opening remarks. I will now actually invite you, Your Excellencies, to please return to your seats so that we can continue with the program. And once again, we appreciate the commitments and the passion at the ICPD25 Summit.
Well, lots to think about.
A lot to think about, a lot to reflect on, and there'll be more yet to come later when we hear from more commitments.
Indeed, but the march is the march against child marriages.
To end FGM, for access to sexual reproductive health. All of these are so crucial, and it's so important to hear our world leaders commit to those on a global platform. We appreciate you all for that.
And we're also hearing that we have to get a move on in a way, because I think the word was we have to do rather than talk.
Right. I think this summit is all about the urgency. Now that we're here, what happens next. I think one of our incredible speakers earlier said, we don't want to be at the same place in the next 5 years. And I was just reflecting, hopefully ICPD 50 years from now, we'll be saying, look how far we've come.
And this is the time for us perhaps to imagine what the world would be like if indeed all those programs of action of ICPD25 were to be realized. May I ask you once again, ladies and gentlemen, to turn your eyes to the screen.
Imagine a world where no one is subjected to violence because of their gender, where no girl is forced to marry, where no girl or woman is subjected to female genital mutilation or other harmful practices. Imagine a world where every individual and couple, everywhere, can decide freely if and when to have children. A world where everyone has the information, education, and means to do so. Imagine a world where no woman or girl dies from preventable complications in pregnancy or childbirth, where no woman has to give birth without the help of a midwife, nurse, or doctor. Yet, imagining the world we want is not enough. It is time to be bold. It is time to be courageous. It is time to do what is right for women, girls, their families, and communities. We can no longer dream. It is time to act.
Imagine such a world. I'm really excited about our panel discussion today because I think it gives us a moment to talk about where we've come from and really where we ought to go. I'll now take this moment to introduce my panelists. We begin with Dr. Geeta Sen, who is the General Coordinator, Development Alternatives with Women for a New Era. We can applause while we introduce them. Next to her, we have Melinda Gates, co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. A round of applause. We have a male ally with us as well. We have Neil Fidel Lomibao. She decides 25 by 25 member and chairperson of the UN Youth Advisory Board, Philippines. And finally, Dr. Lina Abirafe, Executive Director of the Arab Institute for Women at the Lebanese American University. Dr. Geeta, I think we'll start with you because you can reflect on both moments, really. Having come from Cairo 25 years ago, having been there and being so influential in that original summit, and being here in Nairobi today, what would you say is the biggest accomplishment, but also the biggest bit of unfinished business?
Thank you.
It should be.
It's on?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much for the question. And let me start by saying what my first memory of the pyramids was in Cairo when we reached there. The pyramids were on the Cairo skyline, and there they were, such a symbol of strength and endurance over millennia. Women have always been strong and enduring. And we knew when we went to Cairo as the women's rights organizations that we would need all of that strength and endurance. We were part of something momentous, world-changing, something to hand over to our daughters and our sons. And we knew that we were changing people's beliefs and norms. And that was one of the biggest accomplishments in a world where the powerful patriarchies of millennia had kept women and girls subordinate for far too long. I think that we changed how the world thinks about maternal death and ill health, about child marriage, very importantly, about violence against women in those conferences of the 90s, about the potential of young girls and women. And I think that that was our biggest accomplishment. But there's unfinished business. And that unfinished business, in a word, is about the realization of the human rights of girls and women. And that unfinished business has to do with the sexual and reproductive health and rights of adolescents and young people, women's rights to bodily autonomy and integrity, including the right to safe abortion when needed, the right to be free of abuse, of violence in so many of the places and spaces where we live, the quality of services that we expect from our governments and agencies, the sexual rights of all people as human rights, the rights of refugees and migrants, of people with disabilities, and those marginalized on the basis of poverty, of race or ethnicity, of caste or religion. What do we want? We want the recognition and funding and support to women's rights organizations, those same women's rights organizations that made Cairo happen. So that women and girls can not only speak truth to power, but can transform power. More power to us, and more power to the marching adolescents and young people of today and tomorrow.
Thank you for that. It's really about the power of inclusion at this point and financing. Neil, I'll cross over to you because this is now the post-Cairo era is where you come in. What about your life growing up in the Philippines motivated you to want to be a part of this? I had a few minutes to speak to you earlier. You are a self-proclaimed feminist and you really believe in the advancement of women and girls. What is it that motivated you?
Can you hear me?
No.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Thank you for that question. In reality, I was born in the year 1994, wherein the Cairo conference was held in, the ICPD was held in Cairo. And for the past 25 years, I've seen that what is the real implementation and the effect of ICPD, not just in my country, but around the world. Growing up, I had the privilege of growing up around women. My grandmother raised me together with my aunts because both of my parents needs to work to the capital city so that I could still live in the province. However, despite the development of my country, we're one of the fastest economies in the world. Philippines is still a very conservative country. I was enrolled in a Catholic school, and I am exposed to a very conservative community. In fact, I was already solving algebra during grade 6, and yet I believe for all of my life during that time that a baby goes out from the navel and not from the vagina. I just realized that it is not true because I failed my exam in school. 3 months ago, I went around the Philippines. I conducted my She Decides open mic that served as a national consultation in preparation for the ICPD. There's this one shocking report that I gathered. There's this young mom. She's 9 years old. And she was an unrecorded mom. And they just found it out when she was 10 because she got recorded at the age of 10 because she's having her second child. Can you imagine yourself, carrying your own baby when you were 9? Or second baby when you were 10? And honestly, before I come here in Nairobi, my friend died because of an AIDS-related infection. These are just a few stories that I always encounter every day. In every day of my life, Sometimes it made me realize that I should not turn a blind eye on this because in reality, people are dying, right? People are dying. And since I started in the sexual reproductive health and rights advocacy through the UNFPA Philippines when I was 15, I was 10 years ago, it made me think that these realities are actually the reasons why I wake up every day to fight for a better world. Because the ICPD changed a lot, but it didn't change enough. Thank you.
Wow. I think what really stands out is that passion, and I feel like we need that, especially with young people for whom we're leaving a lot of this to. Melinda, you have worked on family planning issues for quite a long time. How would you describe the current state of affairs with regards to providing these tools for women, getting the family planning tools to them, and where are we now?
Yes, so I think it's important to go back a little bit to ICPD from 1994 and to think about where we were as a world. As you said, we finally put women's rights at the center of this agenda. And yet we have to say to ourselves, where are we today? If you think about equality around the world, it is as old, inequality, it's as old as history. It's embedded in our societies, in our politics, in our economics, in our homes. And so if we're gonna tackle inequality, we have to look at these issues for women and girls. As was said earlier, they are the heart of our families. They are the bedrock of our societies, and they make everything better for men and boys and everyone around them. So in 2012, a coalition came together called FP2020, Family Planning 2020, to pick up the agenda that had been set in 1994 by the ICPD, and to say, how do we resource that agenda, and how do we move forward more quickly on contraceptives? Because there are many issues that affect women and girls, but contraceptives are one of the most powerful tools we have to put the power in the hands of young girls and women to plan their families and, quite honestly, to plan their future. So as the FP 2020 community knows, we have 53 million new women and girls on contraceptives since 2012. That is 30% more users of contraceptives than we would have had without that coalition coming together. And it means this last year alone, we averted 134,000 women dying in pregnancy or childbirth. Those are women who are alive to be there for their families. Now, we missed our goal, and we have to be honest about that. FP 2020 sent a goal of 120 million by 2020. We didn't achieve that, but what we built is phenomenal. And what we can do between now and 2030 to gain universal coverage of contraceptives is completely and totally achievable.
Okay, thank you. You know, Lena, we've even heard some of those who've made opening remarks talk about needing to protect and to fight for why we're here, for women and girls. So how do we protect our rights? How do we fight for our rights in a space where sometimes having these conversations faces pushback? How do we continue to fight for our core issues and advance those?
We need to strengthen our women's movement. You know, a movement implies that there are people that are willing to move and move in the same direction. And I feel like we need to have a louder voice. We need to move the movable middle, not just speak to each other. We do that very well and far too often, I think. We need to look at those that are not among our ranks and bring them in. We need to look at the indigenous movements and build on those and scale those and look at what our non-negotiables are. Do we have a clear ask? Do we know what we want? And do we know where we're going? I think where we are is not at all good enough. So when we talk about something like pushing back on the pushback, that's important because we're not going to go back, but that is also being reactive, and it brings us back to where we are now. And status quo is not good enough. Where we were before certainly was not good enough, and where we are now I found unacceptable. So I think we need to actually be more proactive and push forward and do so angrily and aggressively, because I don't think women's rights can wait anymore. And you know, when I have been working with women all around the world, I ask them, do you feel safe? That for me is the barometer, really. It tells me everything I need to know about what's happening in a place or in a community. I ask women, do you feel safe? And more often than not, they say no. And so I say, what do you need right now to make you feel safe? What will it take to make you feel safe? And when they tell me, it is our obligation, it's our duty to do precisely that. Because if we're talking about 1 in 3, you know, we're not talking about other women out there in other places and other parts of the world. We're talking about women in this room. I'm one of the 1 in 3. We're talking about women that we know. And if women are not safe in their homes, in the streets, in public life, absolutely everywhere, I think for me that's the non-negotiable.
Right. The non-negotiables. I think I'll bring in Melinda and Dr. Gita here, which is we still have hundreds of years before we close the gender equality gap, right? I believe, you know, you look at numbers like 200 plus in the United States, even higher in other countries. What more needs to be done? And are we optimistic?
What more needs to be done, I think, has been mentioned this morning, which is we have to listen to our youth. We have 23 million adolescents who are asking us for contraceptives. 23 million. I visited a program yesterday in the Amhara region, the northwest part of Ethiopia, called Adolescent 360, designed by young people to talk to young people. All of the young women who were in this program were between the ages of 13 and 18. They wanted to plan their futures with their husbands. They wanted to think about how can we educate our children? And if we're going to educate our children, how do we space the births of our children? So we have to listen to our youth. When I was in Burkina Faso last year, I met a young woman who works in a health clinic, helping young women have access to contraceptives. She said, her name was Praine, she didn't even understand her own bias against youth. And until she went through a counseling program, a training program called Beyond Bias, it wasn't till then that she realized she needed to treat the youth differently who were coming into the clinic. So what I would say is ICPD 25 years ago put women at the center of this agenda, and now what we need to do is to listen to the youth and put girls at the center of the agenda and young boys if we're going to empower society.
And before Dr. Gita replies, I know Neil will come to you about the power of mobilizing young voices, but please, your response.
I think as I said before, rights, human rights at the center. Absolutely agree with you about the importance of young girls, adolescent girls and boys being part of that recognition of rights. Without a recognition of rights and doing all of our actions, our programming, our policies in recognition of human rights, of the sexual and reproductive health and rights of all people, nothing else will work, because it will all be top-down and will get pushed aside. And I think, therefore, if we want equality, leaving no one behind, quality in services, and accountability to the next generation, we need to emphasize human rights.
Putting human rights at the center of it all, yes. Neil, Melinda already touched on the importance of bringing in young people, focusing on youth really as the drivers of this change. As a young person, you've got, incredible leaders here. How can we begin to mobilize the power of young people? How can young people begin to be engaged, to be a part of the bigger conversation?
Who are the young people here? Can you raise your hands?
What's that?
You can.
Are you asking the young people to put up their hands?
Okay.
So young people are being asked to put up their hands, I believe, by Neil.
So many.
Not high enough, I think.
Hello.
Thank you.
I just have one sentence from that. Young people are woke. We are woke. Okay? We see these problems and we are also getting affected by it. We are the ones most vulnerable with these types of issues that we are facing right now. And the only thing that decision makers here that they need to do is to actually include us in the conversation. Okay? Include us in the decision-making processes. Include us in the monitoring and evaluation. Give us the voice. Give us the power to decide for ourselves. When you give that to the young people, honestly, in the Philippines, it will become easy. You will know their problem.
Okay.
Because they're the ones deciding. And because you're empowering them so much.
Okay, so engage young people. We're coming to the end, and I'd like to go around as we think about our closing remarks and throw it back to Lena and say, what shift do you hope to see in Nairobi? It's been mentioned on this panel. It's been mentioned in the opening remarks. I think there's sort of like a spirit of urgency and of marching forward even faster, if I can say that. In a few days, ICPD25, the curtains will fall. What shift do you hope to see?
I want Nairobi to be the last time that we all have to get together and talk about women's rights. I'm not coming here again. I want us to actually have achieved them, because all of this talk hasn't given us the results we want and the results that we deserve. In fact, a young woman once, after I was speaking, came to me and said, do you think that we'll live to see a day when women's rights are a matter of fact and not a matter of fight? And I said, look, I wake up every day for this, but I want to see it in my lifetime. So yes, absolutely, and I think the time is now. We have 2.5 more days left. I hope we make it count.
2.5 more days, but a lot could happen. Neil, you've already alluded to the fact that we need young people in the room. Decision makers need to engage young people more. I think just the same question I asked Lena, which is, what is the shift that you hope to see in a few days? How do you hope the conversation can change in just a few days? I know it sounds like we're asking for a fair bit, but I'm optimistic, I'm hopeful. How do you hope to see that shift?
As the She Decides 25 by 25, we've conducted open mics around the world that gathered 3,000 people, young people, in just a month in preparation for the ICPD. These are the real voices of young people. What do they need? What do they want? And decision makers should just, listen to them. But not just listen. Make their voices count. Okay? Sometimes we tend to listen and then we forget it, right? We should create a world where everybody, women, young men, LGBT, persons with disabilities, and all marginalized sectors should have the power to decide on their own bodies, their life, their future, without question. Patriarchy and toxic masculinity should be removed by every one of us because it affects both women and men. Women suffer violence and inequalities every day, and men tends to become a victim of what the society perceives them to become a man. The day that I fly here in Nairobi, I got a report from UNFPA Philippines about their longitudinal study that focuses on monitoring the life of a 10-year-old from 2015 to 2030. So from the 15-year life of that 10-year-old kid They will monitor it. It is a good representation already of how's the young people in the Philippines. Of course, right now it's in its fourth year. They found out that teenage pregnancy is a problem in our country. HIV is a problem in our country. Stunting is also a problem in our country. And what surprised us is that adolescent Filipino men are more vulnerable than adolescent Filipino women. Adolescent Filipino men tends to drop out of school, engage into child labor, become stunted, and face violence in the communities in our country. These are 14-year-old Filipino men. Imagine, every one of us can become victims of this system that we don't even change right now. That's why we need to change it, right?
Okay.
Clearly, what we've been doing is, it's very wrong, it's not working. And we need to step up. Okay? You need to include the young people, all marginalized sectors in the decision making, empower them to stand up and speak out, and unlock resources to serve the many and not the few. The planet is dying. People are dying. How many more of my friends should die? How many 9-year-olds should become pregnant?
How many lives will it take, essentially?
Yes,
We do have to hear from our two
this.
other panelists finally before we leave. Thank you for that
Yes.
passion. Melinda, I think it's the same question about the shift, what's needed, and the how, I think, as well.
We need to finish the agenda.
Yeah.
We should use this conference, and we should use the conference coming up on generation equality that is happening in the next year to make history again and say, we're going to finish these agendas. We're going to finish making sure that all women and girls have access to contraceptives. We're going to finish child marriage. We're going to finish gender-based violence. We're not going to wait. It is unacceptable that equality is my granddaughter's generation away. That's unacceptable. So let's make history. Let's say we're going to finish this agenda, we're going to resource it, and we're going to empower the youth in all of our countries, all over the world.
Thank you. And finally.
I want to pass the baton that was held by the women who went to Cairo on to the young girls in this room today and everywhere. I want us to understand that adolescents and young people view their lives as integral. The same youngsters who are marching against climate change are the ones who want sexual and reproductive health and rights for themselves. It's not different groups. These are the same youngsters. These are the same hope for the future of us as human beings and of this planet. And I hope that in this Nairobi summit, we're able to recognize the integral nature of all of our lives, and particularly of the lives of our children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. A round of applause for those incredible words. And I think what's come out of it is we need this now. History isn't tomorrow, it's not the day after, it's right here, right now, and each of us has a role to play. I'll now rise and I'll ask you to stand with me. Another round of applause for our panelists as they make their way back to their seats. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Janet, a shift in focus, I hear.
Oh.
Boys and girls, 25 years later, we're getting younger.
We are getting younger.
Focusing on the young because our population is so young.
And just hearing the applause from the room and everybody was told, the young hands come up, and there they are, really asking and demanding for change.
Indeed. But we must shift to focus again. You know my preoccupations about culture. Is all this going to happen without a cultural context? People who are culturally challenged. women and girls.
Right. And I think what's really come out of this is inclusion, inclusion, inclusion. Yes. Seeing those girls on stage earlier, seeing the different faces, the different abilities, is really a watershed moment to see that happen on a global platform.
And it was good to hear that men and boys are being called out to be spokespeople as well.
The men and boys in the room, are we together? We're together, right?
Well, I must admit that when I was a little boy, none of this was being discussed. Is that a terrible thing to say?
It's not. It's an honest thing to say, and that's what we're changing. Now we can talk about it openly on a platform like this and invite men as well to the conversation.
Right. I am going to announce a surprise, but perhaps you could set it up in English, first of all, without giving too much away.
I will try in a sentence because I don't want to give too much away. All I will say is I have grown up listening to this individual. I'm actually nervous and excited that he's going to be performing today. It is a surprise for the ICPD25 Nairobi Summit. And now I'll ask John to take it away.
No, you have to say a favorite song because we're all seeing what we're seeing. Nobody's going to be able to play.
If I say my favorite song, it might give away who it is. But I will say...
Oh, yes, okay. Mbalax is the music.
Okay.
Right, what else can we say? African.
African.
That's a huge country. 54 countries. Which one could it be?
I can take a stab at a song and see if anybody recognized the song Birima. Have I given it away?
I don't know. More clues, more clues, more clues. The microphones, 2 minutes have become 3 minutes.
No, he really is an African icon. We're happy to have him here. I think we're incredibly happy to have everyone in this room today. And we're excited. We've been told not to say who it is, which is why we're just giving out clues one after the other. But very shortly, he'll be coming on stage to perform 1 or 2 songs for us before we move to the final section of this morning's agenda.
We have to wait.
Do we?
We have to wait just a wee bit.
Okay. We could duet. Nope. Well, this is what's great about the ICPD25 Summit is that it's taken a tone of asking people for change and commitment, but we've also seen young girls dance and sing. And so I feel hopeful. It's really a hopeful atmosphere. The promise to end child marriage, to end FGM, it's all come to life, and I'm really excited about it.
The thing is, I have never been in a gathering with so many people at one place at one time. Technology, it's also, we've got to upscale.
They'll be here soon.
Good people, are you enjoying the ceremony so far? Is a trick question. Yes or no? Thank you. Thank you. Take it away,
John. I don't know. I'm going to go backstage now.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Je vais vous présenter. So please come. You can come and so you can take your positions. You can take your positions. A round of applause. A round of applause. Mesdames et messieurs, un moment inattendu, une immense surprise. Il est une fierté musicale du continent africain. Il est un artiste connu mondialement, Monsieur Youssou N'Dour.
Thank you. Wake up, stand up, Africa. Come on, papa. Gun linga door, no door. Lubarenga lubarenga mun. Monulo no penny. Immense show well. Immense how you dream. Ce culture yatuna, c'est tere histoire. Monulo reni. Say way ak say fek, teranga say dom. Monulo reni. Immense show well. Immense how you dream. Tender. Wake up, stand up, Africa. Come on, papa. Come linga no door. Eh, lubarenga lubarenga mun. Monulo no penny. Immense show well. Immense how you dream. Tender to win again. Africa dream again. Tender start to smile again. Africa dream again. They not never took. Africa dream again. To win again. Africa dream again. Tender. Thank you so much. This next song is dedicated to Africa, but not the Africa they're showing, but the Africa who want to move forward, Africa who's smiling, called New Africa. My hope is in you. I wanna watch your spirit touch the sky. So much we can do. My hope is in you. If you take your love and fly away, I know you'll make it too. 7 seconds away, just as long as I stay, I'll be waiting. It's not a second. 7 seconds away, just as long as I stay, I'll be waiting. man Youssou Ndour maa ngi woo bépp doomu Afrique ñu bokk xalaat bokk gis-gis bokk yéene sans frontière boole sunu am te liggéey waratuñu nangu kenn ñëw di ñu féewale bul jiite réew foog ne la fa nekk yow yaa ko moom njiit bu dëgër dala wara fekk nga bëgg sa réew te sàkku ndimbal na ca fekk loxol boroom we Africa jant bi fenkee waaw na la fekk joo ak sa jumtukaay bëccëg bi gaaw na ñett du bëre te ñaar mën kenn waaw yoon wi sore na te metti na nañu ko wëcc ba du noppi xalaat lañu defoon maam ya sokol dootul nette dootoo xalaat loo dul fen toog su ma sañoon Afrika benn nit moo koy jiite ñu boole suñuy xalaat ak suñuy doole jokkoo nañu bi frontière taka yoo di ba ñëpp gisee change your thinking work together keep on working Cheikh Anta Diop Kwame Nkrumah Stephen Biko Nelson Mandela all you people Africa
Bravo! 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 We could have said encore, but it won't happen. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Monsieur Youssou Ndour. Une dernière? Vous allez chanter une dernière? Non, ça va. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for me to welcome a representative of this summit's International Steering Committee, Ms. Ana Cristina Gonzalez Velez.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ana Cristina Gonzalez Velez. I am from Colombia, and I'm proud to introduce you to the Nairobi Statement on ICPD25 entitled Accelerating the Promise on behalf of the International Steering Committee of the Nairobi Summit on ICPD25 and to present it to the co-conveners of the Nairobi Summit. 25 years ago, in Cairo, Egypt, the international community dared to dream of a world where gender equality would be a reality and where people would have universal access to sexual and reproductive health. It was a courageous dream, and we made a promise that we would make that dream a reality. 25 years have passed, and there is a lot we can be proud of what we have achieved. In many ways, our world is a better place. More girls are going to school and stay in school. More and more women have agency and are empowered to make choices about their own lives and bodies, and if and when to get pregnant. Preventable maternal deaths have declined by 40% globally, and the use of modern contraceptives has increased globally by 25% since 1994. But the promise of Cairo also remains a distant reality for millions of people across the world. Unless we complete the unfinished business of ICPD and ensure sexual and reproductive health and rights for all, and girls and women empowerment and gender equality, reaching the ambitious SDGs by 2030 will be difficult, if not impossible. The Nairobi statement before you is the product of 6 months of intense consultations across the globe, involving hundreds of organizations and thousands of people. The statement speaks to the ambitions and aspirations of people who yearn for a more equal world, for more equitable, sustainable development and progress, for inclusive partnership and cooperation. The statement also pinpoints to those areas where we need to make more progress and where strong and concrete political and financial commitments and actions from all of us are needed if we are all to fulfill and to accelerate the promise on the ICPD within the overall context of Agenda 2030. It is now up to us, each and every one of us, to determine what the ownership over and support for the content, the spirit and the commitments contained in the Nairobi statement will be. We cannot decide that for you, but we want to encourage you to embrace what is in the statement as an inspiration and an aspiration for your future actions. Imagine what the world would like if we were to meet the 12 global commitments. We owe it to our common humanity and our common future to give it our utmost. Thank you very much.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, it's hard to believe, but we've saved the very best till last. And that key word for this section of our opening ceremony is commitments. The commitments that have brought us here to move forward, the acceleration that we desire. And I, seeing this list, was made eminently aware of the seriousness of the commitments because of the number of high-level heads of state, members of royal houses who've traveled all this way to Nairobi, Kenya, to make their commitments. We shall hear 14 of them, which are only but 14 of thousands of others. I, giving stage directions, shall be on one side of the hall to my right. Janet will be on the other, and I am simply going to call out the names of leaders, starting off with the co-conveners of this summit, from whom you heard at the beginning. And first of all, I am going to call up His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of Kenya.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I just want to reaffirm Kenya's commitment to the noble ideals of the ICPD program of action in line with the framework of our Constitution, our national, social, cultural values and ethos, and in this regard, Kenya commits to doing the following over the next decade to achieve the goals of the ICPD program of action. The first is to enhance the country's population and development programs through increased budgetary allocations, efficient implementation of programs and projects, and integration of population issues into the formulation, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of all policies, programs relating to sustainable development at national, county, and sub-county levels by the year 2030. 2, to ensure that all citizens attain the highest possible standard of health, and this will entail elimination of the following preventable maternal and newborn mortality: mother-to-child transmission of HIV, teenage pregnancy, and new adolescent and youth HIV infections by 2030. 3, improve support to older persons, persons with disabilities, orphans and vulnerable children by increasing the core social protection investment from 0.8% of gross domestic product to at least 2% over the next 10 years. 4, to enhance the capacity of relevant government institutions to increase availability and accessibility to high-quality, timely, and reliable population and related data at national, county, and sub-county levels, disaggregated by income, gender, age, ethnicity, migratory status, disability, and geographic location by 2030. 5, to harness the demographic dividend through investment in health and citizen well-being, education and skill training, employment creation and entrepreneurship rights and governance, and empowerment of young people by 2022, as outlined in Kenya's demographic dividend roadmap. 6, to attain universal basic education by ensuring 100% transition of pupils, including those with special needs and disabilities, from early learning to secondary education. And in addition, the country will enhance the quality of basic education by fully implementing our competency-based curricula. 7, to improve the employability and life skills of our young people by enhancing quality and relevance of technical vocational education and training in partnership with industries and private sector. 7, fully implement the competency-based curriculum so that learners are equipped with relevant competencies and skills from an early stage for sustainable development by 2030. 9, to eliminate female genital mutilation by 2022. In addition, the country will eliminate all forms of gender-based violence and harmful practices by 2030 through the strengthening of coordination mechanisms and addressing social, cultural norms that propagate these practices. 10, to ensure universal access to quality reproductive health services, including prevention and management of gender-based violence in humanitarian and fragile contexts by 2030. And 11, to track, monitor the implementation of ICPD25 Nairobi Summit commitments through the National Council for Population and Development in the State Department for Planning, provided that the commitments are in keeping with Kenya's constitution, socio-cultural values, and national ethos. Ladies and gentlemen, these are my and Kenya's commitment to accelerate the promises made in Cairo 25 years ago. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta of the Republic of Kenya, for those commitments. I'd now like to invite on my side His Excellency Rasmus Praine, Minister for Development Cooperation, Kingdom of Denmark, to give his commitments during this Nairobi summit. Welcome.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, President Kenyatta, for kicking off this high-level commitment session, and for Kenya's commitment, an important step toward implementing the Cairo Plan of Action. We stand here and we march together, united in solidarity, for every woman and every girl across the globe, for their dreams of a good life. And we are here because we do not accept that everyone pushes back on basic rights. Therefore, Denmark commits to continue being at the very front of the fight for the right of all women and girls, especially their sexual and reproductive health and rights. I am proud to announce, on behalf of my government, our commitment to continue to work for the ICPD agenda at both international and national level. Denmark commits to, first, increase funding to international organizations working for the ICPD agenda within service, delivery and advocacy with 225 million Danish kroner, including an extra 100 million Danish kroner to UNFPA in 2019. That is close to $15 extra here and now in 2019 to the UNFPA. Secondly, we team up with UNFPA to make sure that we follow up on the Nairobi summit, to make everybody accountable for the commitments made, to make sure that we have fulfilled the promise of Cairo by 2030. Third, organize with UN Women a Nordic Youth Conference in Copenhagen in May as part of the preparation for Beijing Plus 25, with a view to continue the celebration and promotion of women and girls' rights. Fourth, at national level, launch a new nationwide counseling service for youth who are victims of dating violence. Fifth, at national level, make hymen reconstruction illegal to once and for all. Get rid of this harmful practice. An important partner in finishing the unfinished business of the ICPD in UN. I'm happy to pass the floor to Ms. Amina Mohammed, UN Deputy Secretary General. Thank you.
in celebration of the 25th anniversary of the International Conference on Population and Development, and with strong and unwavering support for the full implementation of ICPD Programme of Action, the key actions for its further implementation, and the outcomes of the review conferences as drivers and accelerators of the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations system commits to 1. To uphold the human rights of all people, including their right to sexual and reproductive health, and to accelerate all efforts in support of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls, with a particular emphasis on the most vulnerable and disadvantaged among us, to ensure that no one is left behind. 2. To intensify system-wide efforts to eliminate all preventable maternal and child mortality and morbidities, to eradicate gender-based violence against women, girls and youth, and to eliminate the unmet need for family planning that constrains the rights and the well-beings of millions of women and young people and limits their potential. 3. To support investments in the capabilities of adolescents and youth that uphold their rights and create the necessary conditions through which they can fulfill their potential by guaranteeing access to quality education and appropriate skills at every level, including access to comprehensive sexuality education and youth-friendly services that ensure their health and empowerment as a necessary precondition for the realization of the demographic dividend upon which the inclusive economic growth and sustainability of much of the world depends. 4. To support national governments in the full and accelerated implementation of the IPCD agenda in line with national implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals by leveraging synergies across the UN system, including through enhanced alignment and coordination in the work of the UN country teams and as a result of the UN reform process. 5. To ensure that no one is left behind and that we reach the furthest behind first through the timely and coordinated production and dissemination of disaggregated data to further support national governments in the elaboration of data-driven policies, strategies and programs geared toward the fulfillment of the ICPD agenda as a critical contribution to the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. And 6, to incorporate the outcomes of the Nairobi summit as an integral part of the decade of action to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you, and happy to hand over to Dr. Natalia Kanem, Executive Director of UNFPA.
We, the UNFPA management and staff, reaffirm and renew our commitment to the full ICPD Program of Action during this 25th anniversary year. We strive for a world where sexual and reproductive health and rights are fulfilled without discrimination, reaching the most vulnerable in the most complex situations. We recognize that the ICPD Program of Action is unfinished business. In the spirit of the decade of action and delivery to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in Agenda 2030, we commit to intensify our efforts and investments to lead global efforts to achieve 3 transformative goals. First, 0 preventable maternal deaths. Second, 0 unmet need for modern contraceptives. And third, 0 violence against women, including child marriage and female genital mutilation. As custodians of the ICPD Program of Action, we commit to being a stronger voice for those whose voices often go unheard, including the most marginalized women, girls, and young people. We commit to assisting countries in the more than 150 locations where we work to deliver fully integrated, people-centered sexual and reproductive health information and services in both development and humanitarian contexts. We will extend our UNFPA supplies program to 2030 and expand its scope as the main vehicle to end unmet need for modern contraceptives and increase the availability of essential reproductive health commodities. We commit to scaling up our prevention and response efforts to eliminate harmful practices against women and girls, including child marriage, female genital mutilation, and son preference within the global gender equality agenda. All of this takes adequate financial resources. To meet the estimated gap of US $222 billion between 2020 and 2030 for achieving UNFPA's 3 zeros, we will accelerate our efforts to mobilize more diversified finances across the humanitarian development nexus to better meet the needs of affected populations. At the country level, we pledge to support country-led implementation of national commitments, including through the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework and the humanitarian response plans, and to harness United Nations and broader partnerships to achieve the 3 transformative results and the SDGs. We commit to support countries in addressing demographic change, including population aging and low fertility, based on human rights and to the best available evidence. Our ambitious, achievable commitments will help countries and partners to accelerate action to deliver fully and finally on the ICPD and 2030 agendas by ensuring rights and choices for all. We pledge to leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Natalia Kanem. And now, we'll hand it over to the other heads of state, government, and dignitaries to begin their commitments.
Please invite His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda.
His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, the Under-Secretary General of the UN, Madam Amina Mohammed, the Director General of Population, Their Excellencies, the Heads of State, the First Ladies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be in this forum. Before I read our commitments, I just wanted to mention 4 points. Point number 1, quite a bit of progress has been achieved, certainly in the case of Uganda. Child mortality has gone down, maternal mortality has gone down, more children are in school, including girls. We have got now more girls in schools than the boys. So, progress has been achieved. But I was listening very carefully to the speeches until His Excellency Kenyatta knocked on one of the points I was getting worried. What was worrying me, because I also came here to march. I came to march for gender equality. However, as Melinda Gates said, the human beings have been here for 4.5 million years. That is since they came from monkeys. You remember there were monkeys before? And 4.5 million years ago, they started being human beings slowly. Most of that time, this gender inequality has been there. That's what Melinda Gates also pointed out. So therefore, as I'm coming to march with you, I want to point out that you cannot achieve this equality if the society does not change itself. You cannot keep a pre-capitalist society in existence and you think you will achieve easily these goals. You are not going to keep your Turkana as Turkana and your Pokots, the other side, I know, I live with them, I know what they do. And your Masais, keep them traditional, but also achieve these aims. That's why I would feel more comfortable to add to our literature here the words socio-economic transformation of the whole society. You cannot keep a traditional society and then you make it achieve middle-class goals, because these are essentially middle-class goals. Even Europe was like this, was like gender inequality and so on. It is in the last few centuries when the middle-class values have been achieved, even in Europe. The votes in the UK did not vote until 1911. Before that, the women were not voting. So, can we add to our literature, the literature of this conference, the words socio-economic transformation? So, I put, what I put here, marching for gender equality in a socio-economically transformed society. I wanted to add that. His Excellency Kenyatta touched it because he talked of job creation and development. If you don't create jobs for the population, how will you ensure equality of anybody, including the women? If people have no jobs, they are vulnerable. They can be exploited. You can legislate, but the legislation will not be implemented because there is a lot of problems in the society. Number 3, so that means we must transform society here, especially here in Africa, by modernizing it. Now, finally, on the 4 points, I had the slogan, which I support: the girls own their bodies. I totally agree that my daughters and my granddaughters own their bodies. Remember, I'm here as a veteran. I am a veteran husband, veteran father, veteran grandfather. I have been through all of it. That's why I'm veteran. I am also a veteran freedom fighter. But the question is, when you own something, don't you sometimes get consultants to help you own your property better? I have had people hiring consultants to advise them on their businesses. The business is yours, but you hire consultants. Now, who are the consultants of the young people? In my home, I am a consultant of my daughters. I am a consultant of my grandchildren. So therefore, there is nothing that does not need advice in society, in nature, in society. Yes, the girls own their bodies, but surely there is no harm in getting advice from some consultants who know more about society than people who are just beginning their lives. So I think there you need to be a little bit careful. Now, coming to our pledges, Uganda stands firm on eliminating obstacles that stand in the way of girls' empowerment, including teenage pregnancy and child marriage, and all forms of gender-based violence. We shall scale up investments in technical and vocational education and training to create life skills and employable skills and competencies relevant to the labor market. We'll do this while upholding the positive cultural and religious values of our country. We will commit to continue promoting universal access to all methods of family planning and to reduce the unmet need for family planning from 28% to 10% by 2022. Specifically, the government of Uganda reaffirms the commitments that we made at the Family Planning Summit in London in July 2017 to increase financial support towards productive health and family planning supplies and commodities to the last mile. We will operationalize the National Sexuality Education Policy Framework that the Ministry of Education and Sports launched in 2018 to provide a formal national direction for age-appropriate and culturally sensitive sexuality education within Uganda's schools. We will do this while upholding the positive cultural and religious values of our country. We shall increase the generation of electricity, because all these things need electricity. You cannot maintain absence of electricity and you think you are going to guarantee the equality of gender. We shall increase industrialization to make our people shift from rural areas to the urban areas. This is part of our pledge. This is what I'm talking about. We should not talk about things in fragmented ways. There's no way you can maintain underdevelopment and you think you will manage to achieve equality. Whether of gender, even men being equal to other men, forget about gender equality. We shall increase modernization of agriculture. There's a big problem there. We shall increase the modernization of services, create more jobs, work for the transformation of society, expand the teaching of science in schools. And of course, we have already started on female FGM in Kapchorwa. In the case of Uganda, we have got only a few tribes, the Pokot and the Sabine. They are the only ones who were doing female genital mutilation, but we have sensitized them. It is now residual there. We shall eliminate the residual element of FGM. I thank you and I wish you good luck.
Thank you for that, President Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, for your commitments. We'd now like to call upon His Excellency Danny Ford, President of the Republic of Seychelles, to give his commitments today.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Seychelles is proud to be here. My government commits to promote health in all its approaches. Its main priority is to take AIDS out of isolation through people-centered systems to improve universal health coverage management. We commit to strive for zero preventable maternal, neonatal, and child deaths by intensifying delivery services, antenatal care, and postnatal services in all health centers. We aim to ensure zero unmet need for family planning information and services and universal availability of quality, affordable, and safe modern contraceptives. We commit to integrate a comprehensive package of sexual and reproductive health interventions into national policies, strategies for universal health coverage, and programs. By 2023, we will increase awareness among the local population on adolescent sexual reproductive health and child and maternal health. This will include more life skills education to our young people in the respective institutions. By 2023, we will also enhance the knowledge and skills of professionals to respond to emerging demands of health management. We are committed to maintain a minimum of 10% of the annual budget towards the national health sector to create financing momentum. We further commit to provide support to civil society organizations to access funding for health-related projects, including sexual and reproductive health during the period 2020 to the year 2025 and beyond. We commit to ensure that older people are empowered to age actively and healthily with equal rights in society by reviewing the policies governing the home care schemes by the year 2020, setting in place a mechanism to ensure greater protection for the pensioners by 2020, establishing a national framework for action on healthy aging by the year 2022, revising and mainstreaming of aging-specific laws and policies by the year 2022, developing comprehensive programs for elderly care by the year 2022. We commit to strengthen the national statistical system by establishing suitable frameworks to facilitate granular data collection, analysis, and dissemination to support the implementation of the UN Agenda 2030 and the African Union Agenda 2063. My government also commits to fight against gender-based violence. This includes reviewing, amending, or repealing all discriminatory laws by the year 2021, conducting trainings for the judiciary, prosecutors, and law enforcement officers on gender-based violence and especially on protection of vulnerable witnesses, conducting a comprehensive review of education, training policies, and programs to identify gender stereotyping by the year 2022. Climate change remains the #1 threat to humanity and our planet. Seychelles will continue to fight to save our planet and preserve our humanity. To conclude, we must acknowledge that leaving no one behind also means leaving no country behind. We therefore welcome the support of our fellow countries, especially towards the more vulnerable states, and make it a universal progress. I thank you.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Mohammed Abdullahi Mohammed, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru and First Lady, Your Excellencies, Presidents, Head of States and Governments, Your Majesty and Royal Highness, First Ladies, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and privilege to be addressing you on this important occasion of the 25th anniversary of the International Conference on Population and Development here in Nairobi. Thank you, Mr. President, and your government and the people of Kenya for your warm reception and hospitality according to me and my delegation. I recognize and thank all the organizers of their considerable effort and success in bringing us all together for this important gathering to evaluate where we are and where we need to be to realize the promise we made to advance the rights, well-being, and development of our precious girls and women. I'm absolutely convinced that girls and women must be supported to play a full role in the development of their societies to make them truly sustainable, progressive, and prosperous. Girls and women are friends, family, colleagues, and fellow citizens whose contributions each and every human being benefits from. Therefore, supporting them through the promotion of public services, equality, justice, and greater societal engagement and contribution with the policy making circles is something my government is committed to. Today, In a fast urbanizing world with a great social and economic inequalities, including in public services, it's fundamental that we recognize there's still a long way to go to ensure that we implement the ICPD program of action to benefit all equally. In this interconnected, globalized world, we cannot afford to leave anyone behind. We must accept that we have common challenges in creating equitable economic growth, providing accessible public services, and creating opportunities for the world's young, most of whom are on the African continent. Therefore, it's paramount that we work together to find common solutions. Essentially, partnership and burden sharing are the only way we can ever achieve the sustainable development we seek by 2030. Somalia has a young but growing population which is rapidly urbanizing. Based on Somalia's population estimation survey in 2014, our population has grown nearly threefold in a period of 4 decades between 1975 and 2014. This is joined by over 2 million diaspora living across the world. I always add the Somali diaspora because they have played a crucial role in supporting their families, communities, and countries through some of the most difficult challenges in the past, and they still have an enormous role to play in our national journey to sustainable development. Population growth brings opportunities and challenges for Somalia, and 70% of our population is under 30 years of age. There's a real challenge to provide public services and opportunities in Somalia. Yet we are cognizant of the need to urgently support our youth to turn our demographic dividend into stability and economic opportunities for all. Accordingly, our government is working tirelessly to achieve economic reforms to increase domestic resources, mobilization, and grow the economy in a journey to achieving debt cancellation so that we can get access to concessionary financing from international financial institutions to accelerate investment in public services, most particularly education, skills, health, and infrastructure, which are most urgent to create job opportunities for our young population. The Somali government is sincerely committed to reducing the overall maternal mortality rate across the country by no less than 25% by 2030 through the training and employment of over 3,000 additional midwives. The high number of preventable maternal deaths in Somalia is saddening and devastating for mothers and families. Our government has worked hard to integrate tackling this matter into a national development plan, and we intend to act upon with the support of all our valuable partners. We fully recognize that a healthy mother, an educated daughter, and responsive health services for them equals a better, prosperous society. Gender-based violence in Somalia is a crime. Contrary to stereotypes, Somali women are truly loved, respected, and appreciated as a cradle of our civilization and existence. They are the backbone of our society and every existence. Violence against women and girls is illegal, abhorrent, and most certainly not tolerable in any way, shape, or form by our government. Yet we know that persecutions and laws will not be enough to address this issue in all circumstances, and our government is working with the diverse partners to ensure education and training about the criminality and social harm of gender-based violence is understood by all. In all our endeavors to create a better future for our girls and women, we must commit to strengthening partnership to deliver on the key developmental priority with a knowledge exchange, experience sharing, and financial assistance to countries like my own, which are on a challenging but fruitful journey to economic recovery. In conclusion, Somalia will continue to work tirelessly to ensure that the health and well-being of its girls and women is given priority in the national development journey. Somali girls and women make up about half of the population, and no nation can ever succeed with half of its most dynamic and productive citizens marginalized, underserved, and excluded. Therefore, supporting our girls and women equally is the Somali's development plan, and good one it is. And I thank you all.
The President of Somalia, and now to welcome His Excellency Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you. Colleague heads, to include President Kenyatta, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me start by stating that my government is firmly committed to the empowerment of our women and children. In fact, my government has made significant strides since Cairo, to the extent that our females are very much engaged in the leadership of our country, and within the upper house of our parliament, we have achieved gender equity. In fact, it is more like gender majority, because of the 17 members in the upper house, 9 are females. We've also achieved significant strides in the lower house, and whereas we have not achieved gender equity at this point, it is our intention to ensure that within the next decade, or long before the next decade, that we achieve gender equity in the lower house. Today, we have among us, as part of the Antiguan and Barbudan delegation, 4 members of our parliament, female members of our parliament, who are actively engaged in the leadership of our country. Please stand. So, as I address you this afternoon, I will share with you a number of our successes since Cairo, while committing to ensuring gender equity in our country. I wish to congratulate the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, for their sterling leadership and unwavering support to member states, including Antigua and Barbuda, for the past 50 years. The Cairo Program of Action boldly asserts that sustainable development can only be achieved if we accelerate efforts to ensure access to quality education and healthcare, universal access to sexual and reproductive health, and the overall empowerment of women and girls. It is for this reason why the government of Antigua and Barbuda is committed to achieve universal access to sexual and reproductive health as part of the universal health coverage by ensuring access for all adolescents, youth, and in particular, girls. In fact, we have seen a significant reduction in the maternal mortality rate, we have had 1 within the last 5 years, making Antigua and Barbuda's maternal mortality rate among the lowest in the developing world. We have also achieved the elimination of HIV mother-to-child transmission. So clearly, our policies are working. Addressing gender-based violence, and in particular, violence against women, are key priorities of the government of Antigua and Barbuda. We have implemented a one-stop center for care and support to survivors of gender-based violence and a model sexual offenses court in Antigua and Barbuda. We have introduced and adopted strong legal and legislative frameworks, and in so doing, we are committed to achieving zero sexual and gender-based violence, zero harmful practices, and the elimination of all forms of discrimination against all women and girls. Our government recently introduced a draft National Integrated Social Protection Policy to ensure the basic social, employment, health, and reproductive needs of the population are met. The policy will ensure that social protection programs are accessible to vulnerable populations within Antigua and Barbuda. Our government is also in the process of drafting a national gender equality policy that will guarantee that the unique needs of women, men, and children and vulnerable populations are taken into account, and to do so, to make sure that they're part of the national planning process and decision-making. As a small state with very limited resources, we are also prepared to mobilize the required financing to finish the ICPD program of action and to sustain the gains that we have made so far. Antigua and Barbuda understands and values the importance of demographic diversity to drive economic growth and sustainable development. The government commits to investing in the education and employment opportunities for all, especially for girls and youth, and I'm proud to announce that Antigua and Barbuda recently established the 4th landed campus of the University of the West Indies in order to enlarge the prospects of all, especially our women and our girls. The government of Antigua and Barbuda is committed to ensuring the basic humanitarian needs and rights of affected populations, especially that of girls and women, are addressed as critical components of responses to humanitarian and environmental crises, as well as fragile and post-crisis reconstruction. Our government is currently implementing strategies to prevent and mitigate both the adverse impact of human activities on the environment and the effects of climate change, disasters, and environmental changes through the Green Climate and Adaptation Fund project initiatives. In closing, the government of Antigua and Barbuda reaffirms its commitment to the ICPD of 1994, the 2030 Agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Nairobi Statement on ICPD25, recognizing that implementation is essential for the reduction of poverty, social and economic inequality, and the protection of women and girls. By so doing, we will ensure that no one is left behind as we stand in solidarity in empowering our females and girls. I thank you.
Her Excellency Epsi Campbell Barr, First Vice President of the Republic of Costa Rica.
Good afternoon. I'm here representing Costa Rica because we are committed with the ICP agenda and Montevideo consensus, and also because we have to finish the unworked work, because we want also to share with you our commitments of San Jose. That is an agenda to accelerate the fulfillment of rights of people of African descent in Latin America and in the Caribbean. We, as people of African descent, are more than 200 million of people in the continent and in the Caribbean. We want to reinforce the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, one of the biggest challenges faced to eradicating poverty and advancing sustainable development, so the people of African descent must be considered in their 17 objectives and 169 goals. To increase, we are committed to increase and to achieve the progress in the region to guarantee the protecting the rights and dignity of the people of African descent in their diversity for full enjoyment of their economic, social, cultural, civil, political, and environmental rights, and therefore overcome structural inequalities. Within the framework, promote possible constitutional reforms to recognize the historical presence of people of African descent, develop the necessary laws and racial discrimination, and guarantee access to justice and the application on justice with no discrimination. We are committed to provide effective protection of the rights of people of African descent, making visible the intersectionality and vulnerabilities affecting them, reinforcing the application of affirmative action measures and well as policy aimed at eradication racism and racial discrimination, to ensuring the necessary institutional mechanism in areas of human rights to guarantee an effective exercise of human rights, equality, and non-discrimination. We are committed to promote and strengthen national and local plans to measure the promote of inclusion of people of African descent, as well action related to the Agenda 2030 and Montevideo Consensus, in which should be considered the particular demographic and social cultural dynamic of African descent peoples and communities. And because of that, we call the United Nations system, an international and regional organization, and civil society, the private sector, and any other stakeholders to full commit and intensify the efforts in the fight against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. We welcome the work of the United Nations Fund to accelerate global action to fulfill of the rights of people of African descent, and congratulate the commitments to make visible and position the rights of our people here in this Nairobi summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those remarks. And now, to please welcome Her Excellency Jewel Siane Howard-Taylor, Vice President of the Republic of Liberia.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, Excellencies, Heads of State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm privileged to be here representing Liberia. As nations of the world take stock of where we were 25 years ago, the ICPD-POA emphasize the numerous linkages between population and development, focusing on empowering women and girls and providing them with more choices through expanded access to education, healthcare, development, and employment, amongst others. These rights have now been expanded to include the right to universal healthcare coverage, access to sexual and reproductive health rights, ensuring that no woman dies in preventable childbirth, ending teen pregnancies, child marriages, sexual and gender-based violence, and female genital mutilation. I'm glad to report that Liberia has been working to uphold its commitment. Our partners and our government have done a lot over the last 25 years in lifting these important issues. In 2014, 20 years after the adoption of the ICPD-POA, Liberia conducted its national review process under the theme ICPD Beyond 2014. We launched our process looking at the next 10 years, and we reviewed the extent to which Liberia had fulfilled its commitment, thereby ensuring that no one is left behind. Therefore, as we climax the plan of action of the ICPD here in Nairobi, the government of Liberia remains committed to ensuring zero unmet need for family planning information and services, universal availability of quality, affordable, and safe contraceptives by 2030, and to uphold all of the 12 global commitments under the Nairobi Statement. As Liberia and other nations continue to work to accelerate the promise, let us each be reminded that there is an urgent need to accelerate critical reforms which go beyond the health sector. We need to change negative social norms, laws, and policies which uphold human rights, the most important being gender equality. I hereby submit on behalf of our government full commitment to the ICPD-POA here in Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you.
Her Excellency Dr. Hala Mustafa El Said Zayed, Minister of Health and Population, the Arab Republic of Egypt.
فخامة الرئيس أوهورو كينياتا رئيس جمهورية كينيا، السيدة أمينة محمد نائب السكرتير العام للأمم المتحدة، السيدة الدكتورة ناتاليا كامن المدير التنفيذي لصندوق الأمم المتحدة للسكان، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي السيدات والسادة، أتقدم بخالص الشكر لجمهورية كينيا قيادة وحكومة وشعباً على استضافة هذا الاجتماع وعلى حفاوة استقبال الوفود المشاركة. إن العمل الدولي في مجال قضايا السكان وعلاقتها بالتنمية لا يعد محورياً فقط لارتباطه بصياغة مستقبل المجتمع البشري، بل أيضاً لتأثيره العميق على التعاون الدولي في الموضوعات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية، خاصة مع اتصاله بقضايا مكافحة الفقر وتحقيق التنمية والحفاظ على البيئة والصحة العامة وتعزيز حقوق المرأة وتمكينها وتدفقات الهجرة واللجوء وغيرها من الشؤون المرتبطة بحاضر ومستقبل شعوبنا. وقد حرصت مصر سواء من واقع مسؤولياتها كراعي ومستضيف لمؤتمر القاهرة للسكان والتنمية لعام 1994 أو من منطلق دورها الرائد على المستويين الإقليمي والمتعدد الأطراف في تناول الأبعاد المتشابكة للمسائل السكانية، على أن يكتسب برنامج عمل القاهرة الإرادة السياسية اللازمة لتنفيذ ما جاء فيه من مقررات هامة، مع الأخذ بعين الاعتبار أن هذا البرنامج يمثل توازناً دقيقاً للمناقشات الثرية التي جرت خلال هذا المؤتمر، والتي شهدت تناول بعض المفاهيم غير المتوافق عليها. ومع إيماننا بأن العالم قد شهد تطورات هامة للنهوض بالتنمية البشرية، وبخاصة في شقها الاجتماعي، مثل تبني أجندة التنمية المستدامة 2030، إلا أن لدينا في ذات الوقت قناعة راسخة بضرورة الحفاظ على التوازن الذي مثله برنامج عمل القاهرة، والذي سيظل في تقديرنا الوثيقة الأكثر شمولاً التي تحظى بالتوافق الأكبر بين أطراف العمل الدولي في هذا المجال الحيوي. لذا تنظر مصر إلى هذا الاجتماع باعتباره محفلاً هاماً للحوار حول قضايا السكان والتنمية، وليس لإقرار مفاهيم أو أطر عمل جديدة. ومن هنا فإن السعي لإعادة التفاوض حول بعض المفاهيم التي تضمنها برنامج القاهرة لن يؤدي سوى لفتح المجال أمام ظهور تباينات وتجاذبات جديدة بين أطراف العمل الدولي، وهو ما لا نرى بالتأكيد فائدته، خاصة وأن رغم الإنجازات التي تحققت على المستويات الوطنية والإقليمية والدولية في تنفيذ برنامج القاهرة، إلا أن تحديات عديدة تواجه تنفيذ الأهداف الطموحة التي تضمنها هذا البرنامج، وهو ما يتطلب تكاتف الجهود ووحدة المنطلقات، وذلك في ظل تعدد المفاهيم الثقافية والقيم الحضارية والدينية. السيدات والسادة، لقد استندت رؤية مصر دائماً لموضوعات الصحة والسكان على أسس ثلاث. الأول، يكمن مقياس النجاح في القضية السكانية في تناولها وفق منظور متكامل يؤكد الارتباط الوثيق بين السياسات السكانية وبين عملية التنمية بكافة أبعادها الاقتصادية والاجتماعية، وهو ما نصت عليه قرارات الأمم المتحدة من وجوب احترام سيادة كل دولة وحقها في وضع السياسات الخاصة بالسكان وتطبيقها بما يتفق مع ثقافتها وقيمها وتقاليدها ويتناسب مع أوضاعها الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والسياسية، وبما ينسجم مع حقوق الإنسان بمفهومهما الشامل. ومن هنا يجب التركيز على القضايا الملحة، خاصة تحسين خدمات الصحة والتعليم، وتعزيز حقوق المرأة والطفل وذوي الإعاقة والشباب وكبار السن، وهو ما يدفعنا لتأكيد أن الأسرة بمفهومها المستقر الراسخ اجتماعياً ودينياً هي الوحدة والنواة الأساسية للمجتمع، مع التزامنا بنصوص الشريعة الإسلامية والقوانين في التعامل مع قضية الإجهاض. الثاني، هناك مسؤولية مشتركة تقع على كافة دول العالم، ليس فقط من منطلق التزام الدول المتقدمة بتعهداتها التنموية تجاه الدول النامية، ولكن أيضاً أن المشكلات السكانية أصبحت تتجاوز كل الحدود، مع تزايد تدفقات اللجوء والهجرة غير الشرعية، واستمرار قيام النزاعات المسلحة، واتساع دائرة بعضها لكي تشمل تشكل مأساة إنسانية متكاملة، فضلاً عن التدهور المستمر في البيئة بأثاره السلبية على المجتمع. الثالث، ضرورة أن تظل الأمم المتحدة هي المظلة الرسمية التي يمكن في إطارها التوصل إلى إقرار قواعد للعمل الجماعي تتفق عليها الدول في هذا الخصوص، وذلك تأسيساً على عضوياتها الجامعة لمختلف دول العالم، وامتلاكها بالفعل الأجهزة والآليات المتفق عليها، وعلى رأسها لجنة السكان والتنمية، والتي يمكن من خلالها مخاطبة المشكلات والتحديات القائمة واستشراق بعض معالجتها، وأيضاً الهياكل التنفيذية التي تهدف لمساعدة الدول في تنفيذ سياساتها الديموغرافية، وعلى رأسها صندوق الأمم المتحدة للسكان. السيدات والسادة، ختاماً، نتطلع لأن يوفر هذا الاجتماع مناسبة مواتية للحوار حول سبل معالجة قضايا السكان والتنمية وبالدرجة الأولى تجاه الأجيال المقبلة، وأن تسهم مناقشاته في تعزيز قدراتنا على مخاطبة تحديات المستقبل واستثمار الاهتمام الدولي غير المسبوق بقضايا السكان على كل المستويات لتحقيق الاستمرارية والمصداقية في العمل الدولي في هذا المكان. أشكركم جميعاً.
Thank you for those remarks, and now we'll hear from Her Royal Highness Princess Angelica Tuku-Aho of Tonga.
May I firstly acknowledge the presence of the Almighty God in our midst. Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Malo Lele, it is an honor to extend our most heartfelt and warmest greetings from His Majesty, the King and the people of Tonga. The Kingdom of Tonga has an enduring and strong history with the ICPD, and we are extremely privileged to participate in this international conference to honor our commitment born in Cairo 1994. Under the Tonga Strategic Development Framework 2015 to 2025, our government strives for a more progressive Tonga, enhancing our inheritance. The key global and regional commitments, including the UN Sustainable Development Goals, Samoa Pathway, and the concepts of leaving no one behind, have been interwoven into the TSDF. Within the 5 key integrate pillars of development, Pillar 2 focuses on social institutions, outlines one key organizational outcome, and that is improved healthcare and delivery systems or universal health coverage. In alignment with the Nairobi ICPD25 summit goals, Tonga strives to achieve zero unmet need for family planning information and services, universal availability of quality, affordable and safe modern contraceptives by no later than 2030. Education and the youth are part of Tonga's strongest driving factors for development and key leveraging points for change. In this time of such pressing global crisis such as climate change, integrating MISP into disaster responses and building Tonga's capacity to cater to GBV cases in emergencies is vital and crucial to maintaining stability in times of chaos. In the heart of all these efforts is Tonga's health system, which will require strengthening in different aspects such as supply chains, capacity building efforts, infrastructural developments, sustainable financing, and rigorous monitoring and evaluation. After the health facility readiness assessment, Tonga is well positioned now to ensure a consistent supply and universal access of safe and modern contraceptives to the people of Tonga. Furthermore, to the ICPD goals, the Kingdom of Tonga commits to maintaining the goal of zero preventable maternal deaths by 2030. Maternal mortality for Tonga remains low relative to other nations, and at certain points we have already reached the target. Last but most certainly not the least, the important area of gender-based violence and harmful practices against women and girls, the Kingdom of Tonga commits to having zero sexual and gender-based violence by 2030 and onwards with optimism. Excellencies, in alignment with the Nairobi ICPD25 summit, the Kingdom of Tonga put forth the strong commitments stated above. We are but one nation. The key to success will be our bonds and our collective efforts. This is a further call to arms. We call upon the United Nations, international partners and friends, NGOs, private businesses, our Pacific brethren, our Tongan people, our Tongan youth, and to the future generations whom will look back at this. We breathe but one breath, and as such, we are connected as one. Let us rally together. Let us pave a way together. Let us build together a glorious future for the generations to come and for sustainable development through genuine and durable partnership. We look forward to the next ICPD and another 25 years to come. Finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Government of Kenya, Denmark, and the UNFPA for hosting this summit. May God bless you all abundantly. Mahalo aupita.
Thank you so very much for those remarks.
I hand over to Janet.
So I wait for you.
Yes, do. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to commitments from 13 world leaders. There are more than 1,200 which were registered before we came. Let us all join together to make our own commitments to realize the promise of Cairo 1994 and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals.
We thank you so much for being a part of this incredible, historic summit, historic in very many ways. We urge you to keep the conversation going over the next few days. Thank you so much. We ask that everybody else remain seated as the dignitaries leave the hall this afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a fantastic stay in Nairobi and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
to this session, knowing that one out of those three could literally be anybody. In order to tell us a little bit more about the announcement that Natalia made, that one of the 16 days of action will be against femicide, I want to just invite Krishanti from the Center for Women's Global Leadership to say a few words. Krishanti.
Globally, of recorded cases of homicide of women last year, 58% were committed by intimate partners and family members. This means that the most dangerous place for a woman is her home. The Center for Women's Global Leadership, the founder and the coordinator of the 16 Days of Activism to End Gender-Based Violence campaign, implemented by 6,000 plus organizations in over 185 countries, dedicate Friday, December 6, 2019. It is also the anniversary of the Montreal Massacre, as a day of remembrance, a day of action and accountability, committed to addressing femicide. Please join us. Together, a world without violence is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishanti. The next part of this session is going to be in 3 segments. We're going to have a first segment which is going to look at the evidence, a second segment where we will have panelists looking at interventions and what more needs to be done, and then a final segment that I will keep as a little bit of a surprise for you right now. We all know, at least since the Vienna Conference on Human Rights in 1993, that violence against women is a violation of women's human rights. But we're learning since then more and more about its pervasiveness and insidiousness, how it creeps into and leaps out of homes, communities, workplaces, the street, literally everywhere. That it's a form of disciplining women and girls and controlling them. At the same time, we've been getting more and more evidence about its economic and societal impacts. 26 years after Vienna and 25 years after Cairo, what do we know about violence against women and girls? What's the evidence? To lead us into this discussion, we have 2 speakers who need relatively little introduction, so I'm going to give them very brief introductions. Phumzile Mlambo Nguka, Under-Secretary General and Executive Director of UN Women. Since 2013, Phumzile has led UN Women
And before she came to UN Women, she was an activist in South Africa against apartheid and was involved in South Africa's successful integration of women's rights into its new post-apartheid constitution. Our second panelist is Quentin Woden, who's a lead economist at the World Bank. Quentin has worked in Africa and Latin America and is a true Renaissance man. He's the only one I know, male or female, who has 4 PhDs in economics, in environmental sciences, in health sciences, and in theology and religious studies. So Quentin isn't just a boring economist, and I can say that because I'm one myself. So let's start with the panel conversation.
Lovely. So, Fumzile, ending all forms of violence against all women and girls is a key priority for your organization, UN Women. Can you tell us where we stand globally on this issue? What are the different manifestations and effects of violence against women and girls? And what's fueling these abuses?
Thank you very much for this session. Thank you, Natalia, for this excellent convening and for lifting our spirits in the way this morning's session did. Thank you, DSG, also for being here, and the member states and colleagues from civil society who are here. Let me just start by telling you something that struck me. One of the colleagues was just telling me that in preparing for the Beijing 25, in her country, they were asking the women, what is it that they really want to see change fundamentally in the country? The women indicated 3 things. We want income security, we want access to care services and related public services, and we don't want to live in fear, and we don't want violence in our lives. And if you do the 2, the 3rd would go away. So in whatever we do on the work of ending violence against women, it is very clear that the denial of income security to women, the deprivation of services, fuels a situation where women become dependent and tied up to situations where violence becomes normalized. We also have seen norms and stereotypes that are entrenched in many of our societies, also fueling violence against women to the extent that women themselves actually expect that being violent towards them is just a way of life. Where society does not stand up enough and object to this violence and show zero tolerance, women and society become immune to this injustice. But also, men become perpetrators who don't have to suffer any consequence for that behavior, and they become repeat offenders. There is a suggestion that we are not living in a world where a large number of men are perpetrators, but a significant number of men are repeat perpetrators, and they do it because they can, because there just isn't enough interventions and consequences for this bad behavior. And if I just can end by saying, one of the critical areas where we have some control as society is making sure that our institutions work. Because the institutions that in some ways exist to fight, to prevent, to protect women are the ones that are failing women in a significant way. And we have a list of what can be done in these institutions, and we have seen it work elsewhere. And it will be good that we keep that in mind, that this is not a battle we cannot win.
So, three things I take from what you said. One is it's not just the perpetration of violence, it's the fear of violence, that women and girls live in fear all their lives. The second very important one was the role of economic dependence. When girls and women are dependent, then a culture of perpetration, impunity grows. And building from that, Quentin, I want to ask you, the World Bank has conducted a number of studies on the economic analysis of gender-based violence, including child marriage. Can you tell us a little bit about what you found there, and do you have evidence about the role of economic dependence in the perpetration and continuation of violence against girls and women?
Thank you. Can you hear? Yes. So indeed, we were asked a few years ago to estimate the economic impact of child marriage. And the reason is that child marriage was still seen mostly as a social issue and not as an economic issue. And the hope was that by computing the cost of child marriage, we would be able to have a stronger dialogue with governments in order to really put resources towards ending the practice. So the study was done with RCRW. We got funding from 2 foundations. Now, what did we find? We were trying to first look at the impacts in 5 areas. And we had a few surprising findings, actually. The first area was about fertility and population growth. And the basic finding is obvious enough. If you marry below the age of 18, you are going to have children earlier, and you are going to have more children over your lifetime. But the impact of child marriage on fertility rates was very high. And in the 20 countries or so where we looked at that impact, if you end child marriage, you would reduce fertility rates by about 10%. Actually, if you get all the girls to complete secondary education, which probably would almost end child marriage, you would reduce fertility rates in those countries by 1/3, very large effect. That in turn has a large impact on population growth, and therefore would lead to much higher standards of living. I mean, GDP per capita, if you want, or other measures. And so the largest economic impact of child marriage is through its impact on fertility and population growth. The second largest is education. And of course, if you marry early, it's very difficult to remain in school. So child marriage leads to girls dropping out. The reverse is true too. If the girls manage to stay in school, that reduces the risk of child marriage. But this has then a large impact on future earnings in adulthood. And I won't give you all the numbers, but this was the second largest impact after the impact on fertility from an economic point of view. The third largest impact was about child health. Child marriage is actually responsible for 3/4 of the cases of early childbearing, which is a woman has her first child before the age of 18. And early childbearing leads to much higher rates of under-5 malnutrition and under-5 mortality. And that in turn again has large costs. Where we didn't find as large impacts as we thought we would was about the impact of child marriage on decision-making for women in the household. The impact of child marriage on intimate partner violence. Those impacts are there, but simply ending child marriage is not going to solve those issues. It will help a little bit, but not dramatically. Now, before coming to the question of dependency, and I know that this is the question for the next part of this panel, what do we need to do? Well, it seems to me that the most important investment to end child marriage is to keep the girls in school. That's a viable alternative to an early marriage. Now, this comes from analysis of very different types of data, but then what do you need to do to keep the girls in schools? You may need to change social norms, you need to have schools, they need to be affordable, and very importantly, you need to improve the quality of the learning in school, because the fact that girls and boys don't learn well enough leads many of them to drop out. The last point on dependency, so we didn't look actually in details at the impact of dependency, economic dependency on child marriage, although it's very clear that the rates of child marriage are much higher among the poorer segments of the population. What is, though, clear also is that because child marriage affects education and therefore earnings in adulthood, child marriage then leads to issues of economic dependency, if you will, later on.
It's very interesting, Quentin, that in those studies about child marriage, you found strong relationships to reduced fertility, improved education, better child health, but that, in fact, a reduction in child marriage doesn't seem to do quite so much to reduce interpartner violence. And that, I think, is a very important lesson for us to keep in mind, that while we might child marriage is a violation and a form of violence in itself, but reducing that form of violence is not automatically or naturally going to reduce interpartner violence between married adults or young people by quite so much. And that's a very important thing, because it means that in terms of interventions and policies, and this is something we need to think about very carefully, we need to tackle the problem of interpartner violence in itself and not imagine it will go away by doing other things. I wonder, Phumzile, if you want at this stage to comment on that. And I think you have a call to action that you wanted to speak to us about.
As you know that we are linking ICPD with the Beijing Plus 25, we see the two as mutually reinforcing, because they are. If you like, the 1990s were somehow the golden era of fueling women's rights. And in the best scenario, things would have become better and better and better. We did make progress, but we didn't make progress that is enough for us to be in a position where violence against women is not a concern. The call to action for us, to you from us, in line with also supporting the 3 zeros that the ICPD in Nairobi is calling for, is also to drive the violence against women to zero. We are asking for systematic and coordinated efforts in all countries, something that governments have control over. You can bring your prosecution, your police, your social institutions, and work with civil society in a concerted and a coordinated way. In the countries where we've done this, we have actually seen changes. But in addition, there must be sustained advocacy on changing norms and stereotypes against women, and work with men as well to take the responsibility to change behavior and norms. One thing that we achieved 25 years ago was to ensure that women's rights are accepted as human rights, and women grasped that with both hands, but the rest of society did not. So we actually have to change the whole ecosystem in order for us to be in concert with the rest of society. And part of our call of action is a much more active and stronger campaign to engage with society on the change of norms and stereotypes to support the coordinated efforts of all institutions to work together. And with the partnerships that we have with almost everybody who's here around the world and with the UNFPA, there is a strong possibility for us to deliver significant change. But this has to be a coordinated effort.
Thank you so much, Phumzile, for making, and I knew you would, the obvious and absolutely essential connection between ICPD25 and Beijing 25. Just as we did between ICPD and Beijing, we need to make that same connection 25 years later and to build on the synergies from one to the other, particularly in this very difficult area of intervention and action. I want to thank both of you, both our panelists. Please rise and please give them a hand. Thank you very much.
Our second panel is going to be a conversation about the responses needed today and in the future. And we have 5 wonderful panelists with us, and I want to invite them up to the podium. Mr. Rasmus Praine, the Minister of Development Cooperation of Denmark. Mr. Praine is a member of the Social Democratic Party, and we've already heard from him, so you know how much passion he brings to the work that he does. Henriette Geiger, the Director for People and Peace in the EC's, Economic Commission's Development and Cooperation. Welcome, Maria. Mr. Joris Jurians, I'm sorry if I'm mangling the name. It's probably Joris Jurians, the head of the Health and Aid Division in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. Welcome. Dr. Nadine Gassman. Welcome, compañera. The president of the National Women's Institute of Mexico, who has a PhD in public health from the Johns Hopkins University. And last but not least, Mufida Haider, the gender integration specialist at the Arab Institute for Women in the Lebanese American University. Welcome. So let's cut to the chase here. Minister Praine, what are the 2 main actions that your country is going to do or is doing right now to end violence against women and girls?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this panel. From the Danish side, we are very much concerned about the gender-based violence, and it's really on the top of our agenda. And we try to deal with it in 2 ways. So we deal with it on an international way, and then also on a more domestic or national way. what we have believed in for many years was if we could make development policy as we have done for ages, it would also help on violence. And as we just heard Christian Wudon said just before, we can have results if we have less poverty, more education, better health systems. But unfortunately, we can see, even though we have a welfare state as Denmark, where people are living in very good conditions with no poverty, free access to education, we still have gender-based violence. And therefore, we also have to work with other tools. And we have worked in Denmark for ages with dialogue and with psychology and with group-orientated works where we try to deal with norms. And as something new, we have introduced what we call a concept of violent love, where young people and young girls and young men can go and have counseling and have tools to deal with conflicts without violence. And we try to really work with that in Denmark. And what we would like to do is also to introduce this kind of work on an international basis. And what I've seen throughout the world is, for instance, I was in Ethiopia, and we were supporting a safe house for young girls and women who have been abused or have been in some kind of violent situation. So we try to support like that. And then I was in Jordan, and we visited an initiative by the Danish Refugee Council, dealing with aggressive and violent men, try to counseling with them and try to make them deal with their own problems. And it seems like it can help. So we have to work on many different ways on handling with violence, because we will not accept it. We should end violence.
Thank you so much. What you said, Minister, is so, complements so much what Quentin said in the previous panel, which is whatever else we may do to reduce poverty, to improve health, to improve education, this problem of violence needs to be tackled head-on and directly. It's not going to go away through sideways, roundabout tackling on itself. And I think that that's an extremely important lesson for us. I wonder, Henriette, from the European Commission's perspective, would you like to answer that question?
Yes, thank you very much. So, as the EU, we are of course working in close collaboration with our member states, such as Denmark and others. And at the EU level, we have two main tools at the moment. The first one is the GAP, the Gender Action Plan. That plan, it sounds very boring, but is actually a commitment of all the EU institutions and all its member states to mainstream gender equality in all development cooperation action. Every single project, every single thing we do, and we have a target of 85% of all our action across the EU has to have gender as a specific objective. This means that we are turning around the whole institutional culture of the EU regarding gender. So it's no longer, let's say, a tick-the-box exercise, but it's expected from every single person in the whole system, from minister to ambassador to gender focal point and others, to take this very seriously and, more importantly, to report back on the results. So this, together with action that we're taking inside the EU is going to be the powerful tool for turning around completely what the EU does globally. And the EU is the most important donor, so what we do is really changing and helping also others to make that shift. The second important tool is what Amina Mohammed already mentioned. It's our EU-UN Spotlight Action, Spotlight Initiative to end gender violence against women and girls. The EU has put 500 million euros in the UN to work to implement a global program in all the regions of the world to end gender-based violence. And in each region, it has a different focus. For example, in Latin America, it's femicide. Here in Africa, it's FGM. Then in Asia, it is the migrant worker. But what it should be is that it brings a very concrete action-based change. And what we, in each country, and what we want to achieve globally is a point of no return. This is a historic opportunity. Thank you. Never before has so much money been put into ending gender-based violence. And we all have an obligation to get the results now. So this is an irreversible change that then can be sustained over time. So we have already the first very exciting results. We work differently. We have a theory of change, but in each country we adapt obviously to the needs. And we, for example, we have in Liberia, we have already a moratorium on female genital mutilation through a dialogue with the religious leaders. These are very concrete results, and in each country we're achieving that. So we very much hope that this will bring us to a completely new era. Thank you.
Yours, may I ask you to give us your answer to that question?
Thank you so much. In the Netherlands, ending violence against women and girls is a high priority on our political agenda, both in the national domestic context as in our international cooperation. Internationally, as it was mentioned, we talk 1 out of 3 women, which is almost 1 billion people, which is enormous. It's an epidemic, it's a plague. Also in my country, 14% of girls experience sexual acts or intercourse against their will. By the way, also 3% of the boys. We should look in a broad sense. Our response should be a combination of accessible support for victims and prevention. An example of accessible support for victims is our centers for victims of sexual violence, where basically psychological, medical care are given, but also our police forces are involved. That has as a big advantage that victims have to tell their story only once, which helps not to stigmatize them all over again at different occasions. In the field of prevention, obviously an important role is in education, in comprehensive sexuality education. This is a core objective one of the core objectives in our secondary education. It's compulsory in Dutch schools to teach about comprehensive sexuality education. You want to establish a change of culture. And for a change of culture, you need to involve young people. We have in our delegation an SRHR youth ambassador, Justine van der Beek. So in line with what you said this morning, Rasmus, let's not talk about young people, but let's let young people do the talking. I would like to allow Mrs. Chairperson Justine to say a few words on this.
Thank you. Big thanks to Joris for sharing his speaking time, and hopefully this can also be an example or an inspiration to other governments. I'm the Dutch Youth Ambassador for Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, and I would like to ask your attention for the following numbers. 120 million girls worldwide in the ages between 15 and 19 years old have experienced sexual acts against their will. 120 million. I know too many of those girls in my home country, the Netherlands. As has been mentioned before, the people, mainly the people that commit this violence are current or former partners, male partners of these girls. I think this calls for a re-examination of our notion of masculinity. Boys, in fact, will not be boys. Boys will be what we show them. And we have the tools to eradicate this epidemic, to teach young people that they have the right to say yes and they have the right to say no. And we can do this through comprehensive sexuality education, evidence-based, inclusive education that fights these gender norms. And more importantly so, young people themselves can tell us the best way on how to do this. Nothing about us without us. We have the biggest youth world population at the moment, and we have acknowledged young people as right holders for a very long time. So it's our duty and our chance to redefine the rules of the game. This we owe to those 120 million girls. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Justine. And thank you, Joris, for that very direct and real experience of handing over to young people. All three have said a number of really important things, including no more box ticking on gender-based violence or even on gender equality. Real accountability to be built in when real money is being put in. And I think it's great to hear that, because I'm sure all of us have experience with the box ticking over many, many years. The importance of prevention, the role that comprehensive sexuality education can play in reducing violence and in changing norms of what is masculine, what is feminine, what is okay and not okay to do and be. And what is right and wrong and how we deal with that in our relationships. I think that that's very important. Changing culture and changing the nature of how we deal with each other. I think we've heard a number of things. I want to turn to you, Nadine, from a country which has experienced so many different forms of violence, and from where I first heard the term femicide, in fact. How does what they said about the nature of interventions resonate with you? And can you tell us what you see as challenges in moving forward?
Well, thank you very much for being here. It's very complicated to be so far away from the audience, so I was actually wanting to be like a young person, but I guess I need to keep sitting. As you said, Gita, the fact that in Mexico, as in all Latin America, the issue of the different kinds of violence is such a daily experience for women. And the fact that we need to really address the issue from the structural things, the actual determinants of violence that are in a way simple because it rests in the way society is organized, how patriarchy has shown what it is to be a woman and what's to be a man, and how the difference in power are so prevalent. When we think about how to end violence, we have all to agree that we need to prevent, and the big issue is how we work in society to put forward the very simple issue that we're equal, that in reality what we need to build is equality in action, equality in every sense. So education, media, the way we teach children how to behave towards one another is so important. And what we're doing in terms of what are the actions is to really take a comprehensive approach. We are in a very interesting process of government change in the way we govern and the way we look into the problems, where inequality in all its spheres is central to public policy. So, of course, gender inequality is also central, as is social, economic, etc. So we are challenged by the culture, we are challenged by a society that is very macho, that's very Mexican terms, we are challenged by the intimate partner violence, the social violence, and all kinds of violence that go from psychological to feminicide, which in Mexico is taking an important toll, as in other places in society.
Minister Praine, I understand that you have an engagement for which you have to leave. Let me ask you a quick 30-second response to the question. If you could change one thing tomorrow that would make a difference on this issue, what would it be?
It's a very difficult question. And then with such a short time. To be honest, I think actually the best thing to do is to continue working with the SDGs and also with the Cairo Declaration. It's really in the center that we have to work together on international basis to have a more healthier world and to put girls and women in the center. That's really the most important things to do.
Thank you so much. Let's give the minister a big hand. Mufida, I'm going to come back to you with that same question. How does what was said by the earlier panelists resonate with you in the context in which you live and work? And what challenges do you see in moving forward?
Yes, where do I begin? To start with, we know that many of the Arab countries were ranked the lowest in the Global Gender Gap Report 2018, and Lebanon is one of them. However, women and girls in the Arab region face a lot of challenges, from low political participation to intimate partner violence to child marriage, to criminalizing abortion without any access to sexual and reproductive health education. So, and with the constrained freedom of choice, which I consider is the most important thing when it comes to our rights. And I think that this all goes to the patriarchal system and to several reasons, but especially to the existing discriminatory laws that exist in the countries, to sectarianism, and to lack of funding, and especially I think there isn't enough will for change in politicians and government, and this keeps things ahead of time. But what I would like to actually point something out, that despite all of these challenges that are that exist in the region, women in all of the Arab countries, from Tunisia to Morocco to Iraq, Lebanon, Algeria, are facing all of these challenges furiously, and now they are leading the protests and the revolutions, and they are playing a very major role also in keeping them peaceful, and they are the face of change. So I think this is the main thing that I would like to.
Thank you very much, and a very, very important message. The women protesting are the face of change.
They are revoluting, actually. They are making the change.
They are making the change. Yes. So let me ask you to continue with that and answer that same difficult question. If you could change one thing tomorrow that would make a difference on this issue, what would it be?
Change one thing is really hard because it's a very complicated system and everyone needs to work together to make a change. But I think that if everyone would believe that violence against women and girls is a true violation of human rights, and it's something like our rights, we were born with these rights. We're not asking anyone to give it to us. We're just getting them back. So basically, one thing is to actually believe in these rights, and I urge the governments to act urgently, and especially all the Arab countries to sign and to sign the ICPD commitments now. We need to ensure that happens.
Great. Recognition of women's rights.
Yes.
Specifically, the right not to have to fear or face violence. Terrific. Nadine.
Well, very difficult to say one thing, and we were saying if we had to make it short, we would say change men, deny the right of exert violence. I think it's very important. We're working with Spotlight, for example, on prevention. We're working in our own policy. It's very central to the national plan and to the national equality plan. So I guess what we see the change, if we can change society. Of course, women's rights are at the center, but there's this responsibility of everybody doing their part to end this situation that is taking so much of our lives, of our energy, of our resources, and really we won't get, as we know, the SDGs in place if we don't change very radically the way we behave to one another.
So, I want to ask the audience, how many people think that we would agree with Nadine's point, that we need to change men? For the better.
Feminist men we need.
Yes. Henriette. Yes. We could do with many more feminist men like the ones in this room. Henriette.
What is your question?
Same question.
Okay.
One thing.
Okay. We actually exchanged them and we agreed. So if I had a magic wand, I would want a 1-week sex swap between women and men. I think that would do a great deal in helping to understand each other, to be in the other person's shoes. And that would help to really dilute those stereotypes. And I think one of the big problems that we have with our social norms, that it's perceived that if we change our social norms, men would lose. But actually, men would gain. It's not a win-lose, it's a win-win. You can see it from the economic point of view, as the World Bank chief economist was pointing out. If we achieved gender equality, there would be an incredible increase in global GDP. For a country like Niger, the projections are plus 32% in GDP. That is convincing even the most conservative politician. But at the same time, it is liberating, I think, for men also not to have to conform to the standard stereotype and give them the option to be who they want to be. So I think this would be my biggest wish, and I think without boys and men to change and take this forward, we will not get there.
Thank you so much for So from changing men to exchanging shoes. But I think thank you so much also for so clearly stating what was behind the way in which the ICPD spoke about men and men's responsibilities and their roles, and the fact that the kind of change we're talking about, yes, you will have to give up. Men will have to give up on certain things. You can't beat your wife anymore, for one thing. You certainly cannot come back home from work and put your feet up and expect to be served. Those things will change, but you will also gain so much more possibility and freedom. And I wonder, Joris, if you could comment on that.
Let me combine things. Obviously, we have to look at the factors behind the violence against women. And there you go. And then you talk about combating the unequal balance between men and women, balance of power, and the division of roles, which is mentioned as well. That is a target for everybody, for me as a middle-aged white man, but above all, also for young people. And echoing what Mufida said and what Justine said, we have the largest generation of young people nowadays. Shifting the attitude among young people to give them freedom of choice to decide what they want and what their boundaries are is very important.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think let's give our 4 speakers a big round of applause. Thank you so much. And I think we've given the audience a stimulating set of ideas to think about. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Yeah. Is the watch yours? No, somebody else's. The final segment in this session is something we might call accountability to the future. We have a group of 5 young leaders, each one of whom was born in the year that the ICPD was born, 1994. And they're going to come up and propose actions that stakeholders can take and call for commitment to those actions by ICPD plus 30. Let me introduce them to you. And because they are the future, the present and the future, I'm going to give slightly longer introductions than I've been doing to the previous panelists. Ms. Christine Saar
Christine leads work on gender-based violence among young ambassadors, SRPF ambassadors in Senegal, whom she represented at the International Conference on Family Planning in Rwanda in 2018. Christine is the women's leader of Afrian Girls in Senegal, and her passion in life is volunteer work and as a volunteer for Core Africa Senegal. She's been assigned to remote regions within her country to assist women and girls in local communities with their most urgent needs. Welcome, Christine. Gisela Foz, who's an activist and lawyer from Brazil. While studying law, she undertook a thesis entitled "The Incompatibility of the Criminalization of Abortion in Relation to the Human Rights Treaties Ratified by Brazil," which involved studying the 1994 ICPD POA held from Cairo. As a practicing lawyer, she offers pro bono services to a feminist organization located in Sao Paulo. She's also a winner of the Future Against Corruption Award, promoted by Transparency International in partnership with the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. I'm giving these longer introductions so you can see how terrific these young women are, and men, and transgenders are, that we are bringing up to this podium. Pooja Singh is the Associate Coordinator for Prava in India, working on a program that enables adolescents and youth to have agency over their own lives and bodies and change unequal norms vis-à-vis gender and other identity-based exclusions in an intersectional youth development approach. She's also a teacher facilitator for the Planet Girls program to build gender-inclusive classrooms in Delhi's government schools. She's facilitated sessions on identity, patriarchy, leadership, victim blaming, and the importance of sisterhood with school-going girls for the Gender Lab. Welcome, Pooja. Not here. Oh, okay. Thank you. So each one of these young people is going to propose actions that stakeholders can take and call for commitments to those actions before any of us is 5 years older. So take it away.
So two of our 25ers here couldn't join us, and instead of that, we have another one joining us, Monica here. Monica, just quickly, if you could also give your introduction, and then we'll go on and do the call of action.
So this is an improvisation. It was a last-minute thing. But just to quickly, briefly introduce me, I am an activist for women's rights and LGBTQI+ rights in Portugal, and I work with local communities to make sure that we have funds and we continue to develop work in this field, and also that what needs to be taken up, it's going to be taken up. That's it.
When asked about what kind of world you would like to live in the next 25 years, Shubhangi, a 17-year-old girl from my country says, I would like to live in a world where girls are free to fly as high as they want to, and there are no shackles pulling them down. Shackles, she says. As already mentioned, 1 in 3 women have faced gender-based violence in their lifetime, and 58% of murders of women are committed by intimate partner violence. And these are not just numbers. These are thousands of lives at stake, including mine. And we can't be talking about women's empowerment and equal opportunity while turning a blind eye on the gender-based violence being committed against women and girls. Amongst all the types of gender-based violence, early and child marriage is the one that significantly spikes the chances of other forms of violence happening against women and girls. It snatches away the agency of the young girl to say, my body, my right, my life, I decide. And today, I'm here to call on the ministers, the presidents, lawyers, doctors, CSOs, teachers, and parents, and you and I, and all of us, to stand together, stand up, speak out, and take action to end early and child marriage and other forms of gender-based violence. And for this, I appeal to all of you that we adopt a collaborative, multi-stakeholder, psychosocial, and intersectional feminist approach. And I know that there are policies and laws and interventions and schemes, and so I also call on you to ensure that women and girls are at the center of designing, implementing, and evaluating these. Because we're not just the victims and the beneficiaries. We are the survivors and the change makers. And it's time that we get what we deserve, our right to live freely and safely in this world. Thank you.
La violence sexuelle est comme un glu qui vous colle à la peau, à l'esprit et à l'âme. Et si vous essayez toute seule de vouloir l'effacer, vous risquez de plus sombrer. Depuis des années, nous luttons contre les violences basées sur le genre. Et malheureusement, nous avons encore des violences basées sur le genre dans nos communautés. Ma question est, après les plans de lutte contre les violences basées sur le genre, quel monde est-ce que nous offrons aux victimes? Quelle prise en charge est-ce que nous donnons aux victimes? Quand je parle de prise en charge, je ne veux pas parler des questions de conseil des parents, je ne veux pas parler de l'exorcisme du prêtre, je veux parler du suivi psychiatrique. Ces victimes de violence ont besoin de suivi psychiatrique. Et ce suivi psychiatrique doit être une prise en charge de l'État. Le gouvernement doit mettre en place des structures ou être en partenariat avec ces structures pour que ces soins soient accessibles, mais aussi que des subventions soient mises en place pour que ça ne soit pas cher pour ces victimes de violence. En plus, la prise en charge ne devrait pas s'arrêter seulement sur les victimes, elle devrait être élargie. Parce qu'un homme qui voit une fille de 4 ans et qui veut la violer, cet homme n'est pas normal. Cet homme est malade. Et cet homme n'a pas seulement besoin de la prison, cet homme a besoin aussi d'être suivi à l'hôpital. Je vous remercie.
I was never really into celebrating birthdays, but then I was told I should celebrate every single day I live in my country. In Brazil, every 2 hours, a woman is killed. So it means that when we end this session, we are about to lose another life, like mine, like ours. Very often, the violence occurs within their family or an intimate relation. And 80% of the Brazilian population believes that one should never interfere into a couple's fight. The law foresees punishment, but that's not enough to tackle gender-based violence in an extremely sexist and violent society. We face gender inequality. Our rights and freedoms are not delivered to us in Brazil, in New York, and here in Kenya. Currently, our government
supports the misogynist behavior and make things even harder. Violence is really normalized. So a primary school teacher shared with me her experience in dealing with kids, mostly boys, that couldn't handle their emotions and went out by punching and kicking the other kids. We are responsible to change the social norms that jeopardize the life and future of women and girls. So I'm here to call upon us, all of us, civil society, organizations, and governments, to accelerate the end of gender-based violence through the radical change of social norms and the fall of patriarchy, so we can reach the only acceptable mark of zero harmful practices and gender-based violence, and create a world that is better, is stronger, and safer.
As you have already understood, I was not supposed to be here. So my friend Amanda, a trans woman that was supposed to be here, is currently at the hospital taking healthcare services here in Nairobi and facing discrimination. All over the world, we as LGBTQI+ people face violence, face discrimination, and we are dying, not only on the hands of others, but because sometimes the reality is so bad, people cannot take it anymore. Gender-based violence is about everyone. It's also about non-binary people, and it's also the intersectionality with sexual orientation. Clearly, decriminalizing the existence is not enough, and it's not done what's needed. So our call to action as a community to all governments, civil society, and organizations is that we have to change the social environment. We have to have societies that are safe and inclusive for everyone, because we have the right to exist, and we have the right to decide. Thank you.
Friends, I'm not going to try and summarize what these eloquent young people have just said to us. I think that one of the things that for me has come out very clearly in this session is we often talk about violence against women and gender-based violence and what gets done or not done as a gap. It's not a gap. It's a shame. And countries and governments that allow this to carry on, in fact, are allowing the continuation of something that is a shame and that needs to be changed. And that all of us, by changing norms, by transforming the nature of this beast called violence against women and girls, will in fact create a better society for all of us, and specifically for the young people represented here. So let's give them a very big hand of applause, and thank you very much for being here. The session is over. Nobody seems to want to go away. This session is now officially closed. I think you will agree it's given us a great deal of food for thought, and I hope that we can all go forward to take those ideas more deeply and with greater strength and vigor in our own work, wherever that may be. Thank you all for being here.